Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack. And hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are. And welcome to the ultimate stream of the working week. That's right. You made it. You made it. Depending on where you're coming from. Well, actually, look. If you're coming from Australia, then you've made it to the end of the working week. If you're joining us from NZ, you've made it to the end of the working week. If you're anywhere else, I guess, that's usually joining us, you're probably not there yet. It's probably Thursday evening for you, Thursday night. And let me just say, the future is bright. Happy Friday, yo. Happy Friday. Can I just be the one to say it? We've already got 4IS doing the roll call here. Yo, 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 what's up, what's up? Give up the right-wing pipeline stooge. We got Lab Jeff in the house. Brothers, how are you? We got Wings of Cheese, The Rock. Give up The Rock. Now, you spelled that interestingly there. I wonder if that's a reference to something that I am missing. Please let me know. I would like to know more. If you're joining us from Twitchland today, which I know some of you do, can you check out? I've tried to put in a couple of emojis, like channel-specific emojis. So I'm not sure if you can use them or you can see them where you're at. SA2, they're 8 hours behind Oz. Is that another reference to something? Are you saying South Australia there? They're 8 hours behind Oz. 8 hours. I thought it was 8 years. I wonder what dilemmas will have to say about that. But like, you know, get in there. Attacks on South Australians. Why not? We got Ninja Nurse in the house. Me running to Twitch because it's 11 a.m. There it is. And you look great when you run. Okay? Shaking the earth. So, yes, let us quickly, before we get into today's events, if you're wondering, and if you haven't read from the title yet, we're going down the right-wing pipeline. So this is for part 2. If you're not aware, the one, the only, ahoy hoy, Jerry Poppins in the house, the curator of today's events. We're going down the right-wing pipeline, part 2. Jerry Poppins has very graciously curated a playlist with over 70 doom scrollable right-wing pieces of content for us to digest and see if we will succumb to the psychological warfare that is social media content in the current age, and whether we will all succumb to be right-wing by the end of it. So this is part 2. We got about 25 deep last time, and we got 70 in there. So this is part 2. If you missed out last week, Calzone's in the house. Hey, what do we think about Curtis Yarvin complaining about Trump admin not being hard right enough and saying that he'll leave the country once the Dems come back in? I was actually hoping, because I read some stuff about that, Calzone, I thought he was actually threatening to leave the country now because he wasn't happy with the way that Trump was running it. Now, if you take it right back to Trump's initial like just after he was inaugurated and he started smashing the bureaucracy, he was like slashing federal workers here, there, and everywhere. He was massively attacking things like USAID, and everyone was losing their shit. Curtis Yarvin came out then and said that he didn't think that Trump was living up to the requirements necessary for someone to instill some type of actual butterfly revolution, as Curtis Yarvin would call it. And so, yeah, he was very disenfranchised by the Trump administration, them basically saying the exact same line. They're not doing it hardcore enough. And so, yeah, Curtis Yarvin complaining about the Trump admin, like he was complaining before. I think that's just how he hedges his bets. As a neo-reactionary, there's a lot of division, I think, in the confusion, actually. Let's say confusion in the neo-reactionary movement as to whether or not, you know, Trump is just another like neocon or something of the more traditional conservative right, and doesn't live up to the expectations of a neo-reactionary, who are these like trailblazers on the right who are going to set the agenda for the rest of the 21st century and usher in the new golden age of the Dark Enlightenment. And so I think a lot of them sit on the fence about whether they even support Trump or not. So Curtis Yarvin, hedging his bets with his neo-reactionary audience, would just say edgy things like Trump doesn't take it far enough. That's my, you know, overarching kind of assessment on that one. But Curtis Yarvin he's just an agitator, kind of round like through and through, let's say. So who knows what that guy's up to, honestly. But you Blick. So not the right-wing pipeline of Ron, no. And for all accounts and purposes, it does look like Ron has he has left this community, let's just say. He's not part of it anymore, it would seem. Indoctrinathan's in the house. Howdy. Where's Ron? Cue the Where's Wally theme. Funny. Man, that stream was funny as fuck. It was a bit outrageous, wasn't it? Oh my God, I heard that Curtis Yarvin thing. You hear Nick Fuentes agreeing with him. It's like they're just realizing how stupid an authoritarian takeover actually is. Well, or they're not happy with the flavor, actually. You could say, right? You could say that they're not happy with this particular flavor of authoritarian takeover. Like I said, they don't want it to be a neocon thing exactly, or something of a neoliberal ilk. They're looking for a CEO king, baby. What was that? Wings of Cheese, claiming the Roman Catholic Church was filled with communists. Can you imagine like the Viet Cong soldiers in camo dressed up as pontiffs from Rome? That's a hilarious picture, actually. Yeah, Viet Cong soldiers populating the Vatican, doing mass in Latin. Fuck, that would be hilarious. Yeah. I'm hopeful this will be great though. Look, I have very high hopes for this week's Far Right Friday, as they have been aptly named now. And so, yeah, like, I don't know if we're going to keep this up every Friday, but for now, this is the Far Right Fridays, ladies and gentlemen. And we are going to learn what it is about a certain subset of the working class, a large subset of the working class, that finds this absolutely enticing, engrossing, and worthy to stake the fate of the human race on. We'll check that out and see if there's substance in order to not only understand it better, but in apply it to, spread some solidarity. And in saying that, let us do our usual Friday ceremonials. Let us now take a moment and pay our respects to workers past, present, and emerging. It is on your backs, you out there, working individual, whether you've actually got solid employment or not, if you contribute to the economy somehow, but you're not, really in the sense that you're not a large-scale capitalist, and you call the shots in the greater economy, and in like you're somehow beholden to that economic establishment that really runs how everything moves and it shakes. If it is you that you create value, it is on your backs of working people, the backs of working people. It is on your backs that the entirety of the modern world has been built and will continue to be built. Let's be honest. So take a moment to realize that you are incredibly valuable. We do not owe it to the capitalist classes, our economic overlords. We don't owe it to them, and like they're doing a favor to us by employing us or setting up a society where we're able to, partake, etc., etc. And if you don't get a good job, or if you don't, you're not able to participate in the economy, it's your fault as an individual. You failed as an individual. No, it is a system that they have set up in their likeness and to further their nets and continue their grip on power that is failing you. It's not a failure of you specifically as an individual. It's a failure of the system at large. And if we were to create a system that was more amenable, at the very least, if we were to create a system that was more amenable to working people, like average people, like all of us, then I think the world would be a much better place. And so let us recognize the importance of us working people out there, because we never, ever get a chance to, one, recognize it, two, celebrate it, and then three, do something about it and be like, you know what, the world would be better if we were able to have more of a say in things. And so in solidarity with the entirety of the workers' movement, this is why we do things like Far Right Fridays. We learn the psychology and the ideology of all of our brethren, our brothers and sisters in the working class, so we can, again, be better at showing solidarity. It is the one thing that they do fear, and that's why they have things like the culture wars to divide us. To divide us. Because we are a large and unruly bunch, and like, you know, we can own that, but we are a large and unruly bunch, and so we should kind of understand what makes us all tick so we can work together better. So let us go down where we left off last time. We went through a number of, like doom scrolly style ones, mostly shorts. I think some of the clips are going to start to get a little bit longer here and there. So we're starting off with your boy. Like, this is really the coming together of titans. You've got your soft right here, I would say, kind of your gateway-ish to the right-wing cause. You know, you can't really position him. I guess it really just depends how he's feeling at every given time in any given year. You got the infamous Joe Rogan, and he's got on his show Alex Jones. So like, what a coming together of two heavyweights of that industry right there, of that ideological machine that is the right-wing pipeline. So we're going to have a look at that one to start us off. Dilemmas. There's a commanding the narrative live stream on Sunday. I reckon Ron will be there. I'll ask him why he doesn't hang out anymore. All right. Yeah, please ask him. You got time to lean, you got time to clean. That was one of my go-to lines to get them lazy workers moving when I was a supervisor. Oh, there you go. You got time to lean, you got time to clean. There you go. Hey, corralling the working class. Well, our version of corralling the working class is not to get them to be more productive in an economic sense, but turn their economic conditions into a political awakening, the likes of which the human race has not seen yet. And we're working on that. So let's have a listen. I'll put my headphones in. Let's see where Joe Rogan, the experience that is Joe Rogan, let's see where they take us in their journey. I can't even remember what's said in this clip. I am so excited. You should be, Jerry. And good to have you live, because we had a lot of questions last time, and I hope you have a lot of answers. Right?
And there's going to be people that aren't in the master race.
You can't use the leftist compassion when they support China and death camps and genetic engineering.
Right.
The left's all, compassion.
You're right.
We can't hurt anyone's feelings. We're helping arrest Falun Gong and sell their organs, but we're Google.
Alex,
and so
talk to me. You're right. You're right. The left has giant flaws. It has giant flaws in its ridiculous ideas.
As you know, I'm against war.
I am too.
And so now you've seen national studies show this, Gallup poll. Democrats now support war more than Republicans.
Well, this is about what? This is about pulling out of Syria?
Trump's trying to get denuclearized, and everybody's loving it in South Korea and Japan and North Korea, and he's actually got them to not fire missiles and destroy nuclear sites.
There's a real problem in people not being able to say that anything that Trump does is good.
If a Democrat was doing what Trump was doing on some issues, I disagree with some, I would support them. I don't give a damn what they're D or R.
Well,
and so then Trump got rid of he's getting rid of the minimum sentences. I mean, Hillary Clinton, oh God, I saw this the other day. I know I'm ranting, but I was watching, I forget
Isn't that like his job though? Like, he's like, oh, I know I'm ranting, but like, that's really pretty much all he does, right? He just rants. All leftists are authoritarian. I wonder what he's right on now. You know what? We'll get to that, Jungle Potatoes. We'll get to that. Because I don't think that Trump is actually on the right side of history at the moment. right? As we found out yesterday afternoon, he may have sorted out some type of reprieve in Gaza, buying people enough time to pick themselves up and get some humanitarian aid. So we'll see. We'll see if that comes to fruition. But I'll let him finish his rant because he seems to be uncomfortable with ranting, this guy.
Clinton, oh God, I saw this the other day. I know I'm ranting, but I was watching, I forget who the top Democrat was. They were on CNN. And I meant to play the clip on my show and I didn't do it. And they go, President Trump thinks blacks. Yeah, the clip was CNN. CNN says Trump thinks blacks are stupid. And it was a CNN panel going, Trump says blacks are super predators who have to be brought to heel. And Joe, that's Hillary Clinton, 1994, after she passed the Crime Act. That's her quote. So they're inverting reality, knowing our talking point is she did that. And we have the video. Type in Hillary says blacks are super predators. They said Trump did it. It's not about Trump. It's that he didn't do that.
Okay, but let's get back to what we were trying to say was that if he does anything good, no one can accept it because he's on the wrong team. That's part of the problem with what's going on. It's part of the problem with people willing to accept ridiculous shit on the left and people willing to accept ridiculous shit on the right, is that we get on a team. And that the people that are on the left, they can't admit if the economy's going well. They can't admit if things...
Bill Maher said, let's crash the economy.
When was the economy going well? When was that happening? I know this was 6 years ago, but like, can someone tell me exactly when, since like the neoliberal era, the economy has been doing swimmingly? Like, if they mean Wall Street, then fine. But like, I'm struggling to see what he's referring to.
I don't know. I know
you like Bill.
I listen. I've been on his show before, and I talked to him once. We did a show together once with Craig.
No,
Titus.
nobody can lie and say that he's not very talented, and that he's more truthful than most leftists. He says, "I want abortion. I want death. I want more room on the highway."
He's a comic. I'm telling you, man. The shit that he's saying, he's only saying because he thinks it'll work. And I don't.
By the way, I don't need to go on his show.
With his
but
bits.
Why would he, knowing to be the highest ratings he ever got, not invite me on?
I don't know, man. You'd have to talk to him. But what I'm saying is, when he starts talking, like people are saying, "Oh, Bill Maher's mocking the red states." He's doing a bit. Like he thought there's funny in that. That's all it is. Like if you talk to him about his legitimate opinions, he's capable of having a conversation about legitimate opinions.
No, but I agree.
And
but
you can disagree or agree.
He's wrong on that point.
Which point?
Say that the red states want to be the blue states. The demographics show the opposite.
I think it's just a joke. I really do. I don't think he even means it. I mean, if he does mean it, I disagree with him. But I think it's a joke.
Let me have a beef with you. Let me have a beef with you on this, and I'm not
Okay.
saying you're wrong.
Okay.
Because everything I've learned is great. There's mixtures of everything.
Yes.
And by the time I go to the next thought, I forget the last thought. But the point is that
What we were saying was that he was doing a joke about the red states wishing that they were the blue states, and you were saying that that's wrong. And I was saying he's just fucking around. He's like prodding.
Oh, that's it. Mainstream news is dead. It has very low ratings. I mean, it went down to almost nothing, and they go, "Oh, ratings are up in the Trump era," like a dead cat bounce. It's like 10% of what it used to be. Larry King used to have 15 million viewers. Now the top CNN show has 1 million. So we're looking at that. This is the future. This is where the people are. Real things, not scripted, no teleprompters. There's no teleprompters here. This is real. And so they get up on television. I'm literally having Alzheimer's. What was the point again?
We were talking.
Is this why you put this in? Just to show like how like outrageous these people are? Like, look, I get it. Like, I speak for like 3 or 4 hours at a time, and like sometimes I'm just like, fuck, what was I just saying? I get it, but like he's erratic, bro. He is absolutely erratic. My God. Hello, yes, all leftists are authoritarian. I wonder he's right now. That's some horseshoe theory analysis right there. Oh, no, I meant what drugs is Alex on in this clip? Oh, I wonder what he's on right now. Right. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Well, like it's whatever it is, it's making him lax a little bit in the memory department, that's for sure. See, look at me. I'm going as well. Probably none, to be honest, just classic Alex Jones. Except liberals and leftists aren't the same thing. Imagine Alex Jones sliding siding with the police state and martial law. Yeah, I know. Isn't that the great contradiction of him now with what's going on? He's like he was always worried about that sort of thing. They'll be marching in the troops, like kind of thing. They're going to be taking over, and like that's exactly what's happening. They're actually marching troops in America right now, and they're surveilling everyone through like our technology and the Internet of Things. Late night talk shows are propaganda. This isn't though, nor is any of the press from Fox News. Alex Jones is just chaos, ADHD that lives in a rabbit hole. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We need Alex on the mushies, bro. He's been smoking the ganja. He's high on life. This was during Alex's alcoholic era. Everyone's an Alex expert. This is actually pretty funny. Everyone's got opinions
About Jesus Christ.
One problem, here's the thing. Here's the problem with no teleprompter. I literally tell you what's in my brain. This is like my truth. Doesn't mean I'm accurate. It doesn't mean I'm perfect. It means I'm telling you what I really thought. Oh, I know what it is.
Fucking around.
I know what it is. No one's watching mainstream news anymore.
No one's watching mainstream news. Right.
But let me tell you what they are watching. The Big Five. The nightly comic shows and Comedy Central shows, The Daily Show. Trevor Noah, Stephen Colbert, all those guys.
Because they want some relief.
But it's not, they want relief.
Right.
I used to watch, the ratings are down. It's still not as bad as, as other stuff, because now that no one's watching news.
Doesn't Sean Hannity do really well? Isn't his show very popular?
No. Only Fox, because it's seen as alternative, just like you.
Oh, okay.
But what I'm saying is,
Well,
the problem is I'm not articulating this well, because it's the
okay.
truth. It's not like some packaged thing. They have turned all of the so-called comic shows into fake comics posing as fake news people, putting out political commentary, which people take as real and believe on the street. And so that's where all the propaganda is. And so you say Bill Maher's just joking around. Bill Maher's just over here. Bill Maher doesn't know what he's doing. It's all a unified message. They have Stephen Colbert get up on air and say that I'm a KKK member and make jokes. And you know what? People shouted at me on the street.
well, that's unfortunate. But what I will say about what they're trying to do, they're not trying to deliver information. They're trying to crack jokes. I guarantee you, there's a whole writing staff behind
I know, but all
Bill
those
Maher
hosts
shows.
admit that the Democrats call them and tell them what to write now.
I don't know if that's true, but if it is as true and they do listen, that's not good, and that's unfortunate.
Who's the guy?
So is this up for debate, really? Like, Fox is alternative, bro. It's fucking, it's entertainment. It's not even news. Like, that's how they can get away with stuff. They actually classify themselves as entertainment. Ozempic Jones? I'm hearing this Ozempic stuff come up a lot. Is that why he's lost so much weight? He's so trim these days. Eh? I thought it was all just the drug taking. That's hilarious. He's been using his supplements. He's probably as heroic. He's probably a heroic. Does each morning with his raw eggs and his adrenochrome. I don't even know what that is. Far out. All right. So, is this really up for debate that late night talk shows that literally just up vehicles in the culture wars and push the agenda of, a particular political party? Is that really up for debate whether they're propaganda? Of course they're fucking propaganda. That's all they are. They're just propaganda with like an audience laugh track, isn't it? He's like The Simpsons. He said so much that mathematically he just happened to get some crazy things right. Notably, ones would be the prediction of 9/11 and the frogs are gay. Well, he's not wrong. And they are right. Murdoch is the most entertaining news. Yeah. It's not real news, just entertainment.
How you host the Man Show with?
Doug Stanhope.
No, the other guy.
That's not
he
what I
hosted it
worked
too.
with. There's Jimmy Kimmel and
Jimmy
Adam
Kimmel
Carolla.
says he gets calls every day from Chucky Schumer, and then they work on what he says.
For his
Type it in.
television show?
Type it. This is what's so
He
frustrating.
might have been fucking around, though.
No, dude, it's talking points, man.
Okay, I believe you.
When Hillary
know.
lost, Jimmy Fallon went from being funny to being totally weaponized.
So you think it was NBC's idea? Do you think it was someone in the government that contacts NBC and says, tell
Here's
Jimmy
an example.
Fallon?
There's a very well-known UFC fighter that you know
Okay.
who has shows on Discovery and History Channel. I'm not going to say his name.
Okay.
And I got a call about a month ago, and they're like, wow, this is incredible. Don't say my name, but you can talk about it. They were going to offer me this new big lucrative show, but they said, you're going to come out and denounce Alex Jones on the show, or we're not going to give you the show. And he said no. So hell yeah, man.
Huh.
I look white, dude. I look.
Huh. Whoa, hey? All the walls are closing in. Poor Alex Jones. Hey, it's just literally him against the world, isn't it? He's just literally him against the world. A party Ozemp and partly not drinking anymore, although it looks like he got back on the wagon after Kirk was taken care of. You know what? I was thinking of having a hot spicy wings, took it out of the freezer, but Rupert's head looks like a frozen crumb chicken ring. I can't wait for jaundice spec Alex Jones. All right. Let's have a look at the next one. Like, I didn't really know what to analyze. I don't know if there is much you can analyze with what Alex Jones was saying there, to be honest. Lots of wild claims about the left, I guess. The left is, I think at the start, it was kind of just the left is, supporting authoritarian dictatorships in China, who kill, marginalized groups and harvest their organs, but then are worried about what words you use to describe them because it hurts their feelings. So warrior of the class of the culture war. Sorry, he is a immense and decorated warrior in the culture wars, through and through there. And see, you look, if he spits some truths every now and again, does that really help with all of our objectives here in the long run, or just help to divide us? I think the latter, really.
I look white, dude. I look like I tell my mom to shut up. I could never do that. I could never do that. I have a Cuban mom that escaped communism, okay? The only reason I know that is because she told me every morning. So I don't know how you woke up in the morning, but for me, it's good morning, Marcelo. Have a great day, but just remember, I free you. She's a scary woman. In my house, you can't have a bad day. When your mom escapes communism, you can't have a bad day. You get home from school, you're like, Mom, I had a bad day at school. She's like, what happened? What happened that was so bad? Did somebody steal your freedom today? I don't understand.
The expatriates from the communist countries, they're the best. They're the best people.
Tim.
That was it. I thought it was going to come up with something more insightful than that. You gotta feel for those Cuban expats, right? Are you ready to hear the long and the short of really what happened when the Castro regime came to power? Here is what went down. Unlike when there were other coups in other parts of the Caribbean or other parts of Latin America, usually what happens is some type of military coup backed by the CIA takes place. They slaughter as many people as they can. People who are lucky enough get to an embassy somewhere and seek diplomatic immunity while they're sitting in an embassy, cowering and hoping that they don't come in and kill them all. All right, that's a usual take. In the Cuban example, what they did was they had a purge. Don't get me wrong. There were certain people that were deemed criminals against the revolution. So you were probably looking at members of the previous Batista regime specifically, and particular members of the bourgeoisie that were probably siding with the CIA and the Americans anyway, and all the American mobsters and underworld figures that were running casinos, illegal casinos on operations for money laundering inside Cuba. But hey, let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story. And then they rounded up anyone else, and they put this message out, and they said, if you don't want to live under evil communism, under Castro and Che Guevara and all that sort of, if you don't want to live here, we will actually help you get to America. We'll allow you to get out, because a lot of people might not like the fact that we've taken power, and if you want to go, you may leave. And so they set up a diplomatic effort with the Americans to get people to leave Cuba who wanted to get out. So that's the, these people came and took my freedom, like laughing point there. Like, she's not wrong. She probably had a great life. If she was the type of person that decided to leave Cuba, she probably had a great life in Cuba on the backs of, I guess, the working people of Cuba and living in a relatively stratified kind of class existence. So she's probably pretty upset, that guy's mum, that like she's not living in a tropical paradise anymore with like servants and all of the luxuries of being in the upper class in Cuba pre-revolution. But like I don't think it was as crazy as like she swam from Cuba to Florida or something to escape evil communism. But again, let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story. Let's not let that happen. I'll never forget that the CIA-backed news channel in Cuba that tried to undermine Castro but put images of him shaking hands with the people and cutting wheat while cussing at him. Yeah, that was hilarious. And that was all thanks to reading Project 2025 and finding out about that broadcast association that the American taxpayer spends millions of dollars on a year on this broadcast channel that just plays American propaganda on the airwaves that can be picked up by Cubans, which is like just anti-Castro propaganda. Any communist bashing I came across, I threw in because I knew it'd get you going. And then you went on a Castro tangent. Success. Pew! Yeah, whatever. You got me. Like, sure, if you want to undermine someone, get some decent material. No, the material's fine. It's just the clouds, the fact that she probably got to America by her own choice and like in relative luxury compared to how military coups and takeovers go down in Latin America quite typically. The door is better than the sword, I guess, is Castro's logic. Yeah, I think they were actually pretty humane about it, to be honest. Also, I thought I removed this Tim Dillon one, not really relevant. So do I skip it or what? Because he got fired from the comedy festival. I'm going to skip it then.
I'm old enough to remember a time.
This guy, Nick Freitas, he was what started off our venture into the right-wing pipeline the other day. Let's have a look what he has to say.
I'm old enough to remember a time where students had shotguns in the rifle rack in their pickup trucks, and that way when school got out, they went hunting. No mass shootings. The causation correlation is, okay, well, the gun equals the shooting. No. We need to look at why has there been such a diminishing of the value of human life? And then how do we properly address that culturally? And if the only way you can think
So how old do you reckon this guy is? Like, let's say he's in his, what, 40s maybe? Early 40s? Maybe not? Late 30s? I don't know. Let's just, when he was at university or at college would have been like, what, 20 years ago, let's just say? So were there no mass shootings in America on college campuses? Let's be really specific. Let's say college campuses. Let's fact check him on this one. It never happened back in my day. It's obviously the woke establishment. That's what's going on here. No, it's Trans Tifa. It's fucking Trans Tifa, bro. They're the worst. Were there any mass shooting events on college campuses 20 years ago or before that in the US? Can I just specify if that is actually necessary? Yes, you can absolutely specify the US. 1966, 1976, 1991, 1996, 2002. Before the 2000s, college mass shootings were rare. Mass shootings in the 20th century occurred in workplaces. Okay. Would you like me to include pre-college? No, that's not. That's fine. 3 killed, 3 wounded, 3 killed, 5 killed. Okay. Like, that's fair enough. I think he's saying it's worse now. It's worse, I guess. But like, it's not non-existent. That's the point he's trying to make. We need some drinking bro clips in here as well. Oh my God. Wait, is that a content style, or are you talking about just like frat boy parties, conservative style?
To properly address it culturally is to life. And then how do we properly address that culturally? And if the only way you can think of to properly address it culturally is to disarm people that did nothing wrong, then what you're ultimately telling them is that, one, you're going to provide for their security. Okay, well, the government has done a real bang-up job of making sure that happens. Two, you're not assuming any responsibility as the politician if they get hurt as a result of your policy. And three, what you're saying is that your rights and your civil liberties and your ability to defend yourself are reliant completely on whether or not somebody else abuses their rights. If your rights are forfeit the moment somebody else abuses theirs, you don't have any rights. What you have is privileges that the government will give to you and take away whenever they want. And that has horrible implications across the board for a free society.
I don't know, man. Like, here we go. Like, I could drink and drive if I wanted to, okay? Just saying. Like, alcohol is legal. I was going to use, like, a drug reference there, but, like, you could argue right from the get-go that drugs are illegal, so you can't really use that as a basis. But, like, I could probably get absolutely hammered and be quite safe on the road. I might even slow down, actually, and drive, like, I'd drive more conservatively because I was hammered. But because people do dangerous things and wipe people out and, like, cause a lot of mayhem on the road when they're tanked, then my rights are being encroached on. I should be able to drink like a machine and get behind the wheel. That is my right as a person, a sovereign citizen. But, like, come on. Like, seriously, here we go. He's doing he's doing the argument again. Look, I'm just saying that logic does make sense in a vacuum, but, like, in the broader context of society, there are examples all over the place where you can't do shit because, you know, it's going to be unsafe for someone else, or somebody else has done something that has been unsafe in the past, and so you can't do it anymore as a result of that. Like, I think that I'm a relatively good swimmer. Okay, so, like, I should be able to jump into Sydney Harbour and just, like, do a couple of laps, you know, go to the fucking Harbour Bridge, swim back to the Opera House, like, whatever. But I can't do that because, like, most people would probably get hit by a ferry or something like that because of their judgment. So, like, there are certain things, like, I should be, as a free citizen, able to jump in Sydney Harbour if I want. Fuck you. I can go for a swim in the harbour, but, like, that sort of stuff, you can't get away with that shit anymore. Like, that's just part of living in a complex society. I get his point that people shouldn't be punished for people doing the wrong thing, but fuck that, grow up, man. Like, that's what happens. Like, if you want to be free from those restrictions, then, you know, go live in the forest somewhere. Like, honestly, not in Circular Quay anyway. You can't just jump in. There's too many boats around and stuff like that, like vessels and stuff. It's a problem. But, like, honestly, there's so many restrictions on what you can and can't do as a free citizen. It's in isolation, in a vacuum, then, like, yes, that logic is perfect. It's bulletproof, baby. That logic. It would survive a college shootout. But take it into the context of broader society, and there's a lot of those instances that people just put up with all the time. Jim Jeffries has a 20-minute routine on this exact concept. Damn right he does. And it's actually a really good routine too.
Binary to you, or are you just... Am I actually non-binary to you, or are you just memorizing my pronouns like it's gonna be on a pop quiz?
It's the second one. All right, there's Xander. I'm out here trying to play Go Fish, asking you what you got, and you're out here trying to play some bastardized version of Pretty Pretty Princess. We went from delusions of grandeur to inclusion and pander. If your antidote for your self-hate includes me lying to you, that's not acceptance, that's manipulation. Oh, so you don't see us as non-binary? I don't even know what the fuck that means, okay? If you want me to call you a lady, I'll do that. Just stop fucking up the color of my latte. And I'm going to keep it 100 here, Big Pimpin'. I think most people would agree with this next thing I'm going to say. I don't hate y'all. I just find most of y'all annoying. Yourself, mainly. The thing that you need is not in the voices of your neighbor. External validation's as empty as my balls during sundress season, okay? Go find some counseling.
Sundress season, hey? Interesting. A little bit too much information at the end there, but I see where you're going. Look, Look, you got to give it to people like this to break down situations break down concepts which can be quite alien to a lot of people. You do actually have to be across a lot of stuff, like in terms of terminology, like really be across the rapid change in like what people's expectations are in particular circumstances to be across not offending someone. I think that's actually a valid point and a frustration to have when it comes to being able to label someone incorrectly and not kind of encroach on them or offend them in any way. You have to kind of be across all of the language that they use. So if he doesn't know what non-binary means, one, has he taken the time to figure out what is going on, or is he being ignorant because it's like funny and like he's trying to make a point? Like if he doesn't actually know what it is, then obviously you get a pass on that one. Have I missed anything good? Look, we watched some Alex Jones, and we just had someone talking about the gun control issue. Like apparently, according to Freitas, there was no, when he was growing up, so I'm just assuming that he went to college like 20 years ago or something. He said there was no, people used to take their guns to college because they were going to go hunting after class or something like that. And so he was basically saying people used to bring guns to college and there was no mass shootings. And so like we were trying to figure out whether that was true or not, but it does seem that there were mass shootings before 20 years ago on college campuses. Although in fairness, they have increased. It's not conclusive that mass shootings didn't occur on college campuses. So like we're warming up. We're warming up. And we just heard someone's rant about like being frustrated, basically, that they have to acknowledge other people's pronouns and things like that. It's a hard go, isn't it? Having to call someone something that you don't even understand. I think most Sumerian people were happy that there were rules/laws when the first empire was established, says Daniel G. Lapjeff, I agree. Not being allowed to swim in the harbor is a true crime here. There you go. See, like that's an attack on my liberties. You can't legally bow hunt in South Australia. That's overreach. That is overreach. Eh? See? Even on your own property? That redneck is being purposely obtuse. He knows what non-binary is. He probably had one in the back of his truck last week. And that's the beauty of all of these types, right? It's like all those people that are rocking up to Republican national conventions and crashing Grindr, or someone like Benny Johnson or House Speaker Mike Johnson, all with these revelations coming out that they are massive homosexuals. Hey, doesn't align too well with their conservative values, that's for sure. Crazy. Same energy as this. What's this one? 4 hours. Let's have a quick diversion from the right-wing pipeline. Oh, it must be the same type of right-wing pipeline stuff, though. I'm assuming. Oh, my God. It's the same, isn't it? It's the same bullshit, but on the other side of the fence. I think you're right, 4 hours. I'll give that to you. It is the same bullshit, isn't it? Oh, man, it doesn't work. What the fuck?
All right, comrades, before we begin, let's start with intros. My name is Kai, they, them, and I acknowledge that we're on stolen Indigenous land. I am a settler on this land, and I vow to use my privilege to uplift Indigenous voices. Pass it along. Sorry, I gotta interrupt. Excuse me, cis man, I was next. I'm Jess, she, they, but I don't feel like I've really earned the they, them, you know? I acknowledge my whiteness, my role in systematic oppression, and I just want to say up front, I will mess up, but I'm here to listen. Look, I really need to interject. Wait your turn, Ravi. How rude. Hi, I'm Brian, he, him. Just want to assure everyone that I'm not here to take up space. If I talk too much, just cut me off. Sorry, but I want to remind everyone that taking up space is an ableist phrase. Like, some of us literally need space to survive. Oh God, sorry. Can I talk now? And I also want to decenter myself in these conversations. So please don't perceive me. Ravi, what do you want? There was this black guy getting beaten up by the cops just outside. Thought we should, do something, but don't worry, they finished up and they dragged him off while you were all still talking. Tragic. Thoughts and prayers.
Haha, very good. It's true though. Like all that stuff is confusing as fuck. It is so confusing. Oh my god. And it is. This is the epitome of liberals in New York City. That is like when you go and hang out with like Marxists, like Marxist groups or socialist groups, like actual organized ones, it is just an intolerable fest of that type of stuff where you can't speak unless you kind of pay homage to some really strange hierarchy that it is all really intangible for anyone who hasn't been kind of, I guess, ordained and like brought into the system, like baptized in that verbatim. It's really hard to figure it out. It was basically socialist alternative. Yeah, it was a difficult place. I didn't understand. I was like, can we talk about the class struggle? And they were just like, excuse me, wait your turn. I was like, okay, fine. Yo, what's up with was that Mystery? Yes, it was in the house. Hey, doing some commentary on like my issue with leftist culture. Oh, with wokeism. They kept telling you off about not having a mask. Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? Hey, he's not wearing his face mask. Get him. That redneck is being obtuse. With that stuff, it's not that people are offended when you get it wrong from ignorance. It's when you deliberately do it despite knowing better. It's similar to people from different backgrounds wanting to help people pronounce their names correctly. Yes. Those were some Memdani voters right there. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Yeah, I know, telling me off about the mask, even though we were outside, and it wasn't even COVID anymore. I was like, come on, man. Leave me alone. Don't make this a simple thing. How old is that video? I don't know. I think I put it out like start of the year, maybe. Yeah, maybe like 6 months ago or something. The Oppression Olympics. Both sides have, athletes participating. Yeah, you have this douchebag here, bar none. Bar none. Eh? Very good, bar none. Eh? It happens on all sides. You were just missing your hotties for Zoran too. Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing, right? Hotties for Zoran. Yeah, sex sells, baby. Sex sells. How old is that video? I don't know. I can't remember. I'll find out for you. It's somewhere in the shorts section on my YouTube page, if you're wondering. All right, what are we doing here? Let's get back to the right-wing pipeline.
She didn't think he would have an answer to this, and boy, was she wrong.
I wish I could change that. Oh, I think I can. Yeah, you can get the whole thing now. Sweet. There we go. Boy, was she wrong. I love that sort of stuff. This is the type of right-wing pipeline stuff I see on TikTok. And with the voiceover. Boy, was she wrong.
She didn't think he would have an answer to this, and boy, was she wrong. Watch.
Because the Quran does not say, go kill all these people.
Actually, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Surah 9.
Have you read it?
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I have it in my back pocket if you'd like me to read it. Because I had a feeling this might come up today. So I brought some verses from the Quran that actually do talk about this. Now, I understand. Surah 9:29, fight those who believe not in Allah, nor the last day, nor hold that forbidden which hath been forbidden by Allah and his messenger, but impose jizya, which is submission, over the infidels. Surah number 5, the punishment of those who wage war against Allah and his messenger and strive to make mischief in the land, you can disgrace them and slaughter them. So I get that you would explain these verses away. I understand that. But there are some verses that people that are Islamic have taken to do very terrible, wicked deeds.
I just wanted to know, where are you
from? I hope that everybody applies that logic evenly there. because that's like kind of religion in a nutshell, and including things like Buddhism and stuff like that, which everyone thinks is, you know, been washed of any of those types of sins. But like a lot of the religion really can be used to justify some very heinous stuff, and has been across the spectrum. So if he's going to carry that logic to do some Muslim bashing, go for it, brother. Hey, bash some Muslims, but I hope you're ready to do some Bible bashing there of the negative type. It had to be after you took the mask off, so not too long ago. Oh, right. Yeah. So that was like the beginning of the year, I guess. So like, what was that? Like maybe around April then. Yeah. That book isn't recognized in Shia Islam. It's a Sunni text. Dude just nodding at the bottom of the screen. What a lazy creator. I know, right? But like that sort of stuff goes off as well. It's just like, look at this. This is too debating what props are to be comedy. Sure, it's funny, but the show becomes more about the props than the comedy. Sorry, wait, other way around. So it's Sunni, and it's not recognized in the Shia. Book, sorry, isn't recognized in Sunni. It's in Shia. Right. Okay. Whoops. Other way around. All right, let's see what this woman... She needed that reality check. Turning Point USA. Eh? The Kirkster. Eh? It's coming back from the grave to get you.
I just wanted to know, where are you from?
Texas.
From America, right?
Yeah.
I just want to know, when was America great for us black people?
Right now?
Oh,
Tell you it's great right now?
Really?
Yeah. It ain't great for you?
No, not at all.
How?
I mean, I'm living life.
Looking good. You got clothes on. Look well fed.
But that doesn't mean
Got
it's great.
beautiful hair.
Oh, thank you.
Got your eyeliner on. You looking good. What kind of bag is that? That's a nice little bag there. You look good. America look good for you. If you were eating out of trash can, I'll tell you something different. America's a great place. I don't understand how we are not acknowledging that. It's great. Look at all these different people out here. Men, women, black, white. You will never see this much diversity anywhere else. It's the greatest place on earth. Everybody can be here and enjoy one another, disagree with each other. We have the freedom of speech, freedom of keeping bear arms. We don't have to worry about the government.
Did he say freedom of keeping bear arms? Fuck, I hope he said that. That's hilarious. It's the Family Guy joke. It's coming to life.
Never see this much diversity anywhere else. It's the greatest place on earth. Everybody can be here and enjoy one another, disagree with each other. We have the freedom of speech, freedom of keeping bear arms.
Freedom of keeping bear arms. Oh, he said it. He said the thing. Oh my god. No way. I wonder how many fucking bear arms he has at home. Oh my god. You have the freedom of keeping bear arms. Somebody think of the bears. Oh, those poor bears. Thank god these people don't have guns. There'd be some more fucking bears going down for sure. Oh my god, he did the Family Guy joke. So good. I can't believe that just happened. I'm gonna find it. There it is. There it fucking is.
All right, we're done.
You think the language in the Second Amendment is clear enough? You know, about the right to bear arms?
Of course it's clear. Every American has the right to hang a pair of bear arms on their wall. How could that possibly be misconstrued? All right, fantastic then. Pair of bear arms on their wall. How could that possibly be misconstrued? All right, fantastic then.
That's fucking great. I can't believe he just said that. I wonder if he knows and it's a joke. Must be a joke. Oh man, that's so good. I put that in it just I put it in just for the how he snuck in the bear arms part in, and you instantly pick it up. Bro, it is just a long time running joke. He did it. He actually said the line. Yes, men, women, black, white, only 4 types of people. Screenshot that, Mr. E. Screenshot it. I know, that'd be your YouTube background. I thought he said keep and bear arms. No, he said freedom of keeping bear arms. It's so good.
They can be here and enjoy one another, disagree with each other. We have the freedom of speech, freedom to keep and bear arms. We don't have to worry about the government interfering in our lives for the most part. It's the greatest country ever. And if we don't start acknowledging that, we're going to screw up something good.
See, this is the Jordan Peterson defense, I find. When you see him like debate people, crush people about like why Marxism is wrong and all that sort of stuff, he's just like, did you know that thanks to capitalism, there's less people living in poverty than kind of ever before in human history? Like, it has raised the living standard so high because of its productive forces that we just wouldn't understand how hard it was to live in any other period of time. So this is the Jordan Peterson defense, where it's just like, this is the best mode because look at how amazing we've got it right now. And like, that's actually not a bad line of argumentation. Like, she had a puffy jacket on. So like, you know, puffy jackets, just by their very nature, they cost a bit of money. So like, you know, he's like, you've got some nice hair, she's flattered, she's got a designer bag. So like, she must be doing well. And like, fair enough. He's got a nice black jumper on. He's looking pretty fresh. Like, look at his beard. It's cut perfectly. He looks fresh. And so like, they're both doing pretty well because they both look fresh. And so the productive capacity of their society has allowed them to live in a world where they both look fresh, baby. And so like, that's how you can judge how well you're doing, by whether or not you've been lifted out of the poverty, above the poverty line, and whether you look fresh or not. But like, there are indicators and markers beyond that, like things like the disparity between you looking fresh and a multi-billionaire looking fresh. And there are other factors as well, which is kind of like, well, if this is the standard and we have the productive capacity given to us thanks to the capitalist mode of production, don't you think we could step it up a notch? And so the argumentation is limited in the sense it's just like, look, most people around the world live on 2-minute noodles or a budget equivalent of that style of living. So as long as you're doing better than them, don't fucking complain. Don't ever fucking complain about anything. How dare you? Actually, it's disrespectful to all the people out there that don't live in a country where you don't have to live on like $2 a day. So don't be pissing those people off with your obnoxious behavior. That's not a line of argumentation, really. That is like, what that is saying is, you know, be grateful. Actually, you've got it pretty good compared to other people, but that doesn't mean we can't do better. And so we should be striving always to improve the situation and make life better for more people, as opposed to just being like, well, look, I'm doing okay, so I guess we can just call it a day then. I don't agree with that line of argumentation. The auto text heard him wrong. No, he said it. And that's why it's so good, man. Damn Australia. All we have is kangaroo arms. Yeah, absolutely. It's just not the same, man. Hey, Michael Jackson's nose fell off. And have you seen the fuckers on Neighbours and Home and Away? They have so much Botox. Well, that means they're obviously living. Like, we are obviously just doing so much better than anyone else in human history because heaps of people got Botox and shit like that. I think cosmetic surgery is fine, but man, even if you're rich as fuck, you can still absolutely ruin your appearance. That is really related to your point entirely. It's the be grateful for what you have versus how much better things could be. They're both coming from a place where you can't have both, but you can. No Crowder clips yet. I'm surprised more hasn't been pulled from that gold mine. Actually, I think Jerry Poppins has been going down the Crowder pipeline a little bit. I'm not sure if they're littered throughout this yet, though. I love how freedom of speech becomes the freedom to be a jerk. Hey, well, you got to use what God gave you. Hey. He lives in a world where he can make money on social media. Thing is, he makes more money rage baiting than he would educating. Yeah, that's interesting. An interesting point, isn't it? Yeah, and like, how do you use the skill set that you've got, right? Rage baiting? No, man. I'm educating. One of my Zimbabwean friends said it to me once, that he hates the phrase, think of the starving children in Africa. He said it's like blaming them for our government's corruption. Yeah, interesting.
Things. I'm not as usually as elegant in how I say things. So I'm gonna first say that peaceful protests are part of our democracy. We invite people to share their opinions. That's what our country is all about. The key word in that is peaceful. And if it's peaceful, us in law enforcement are going to make sure you have a safe environment to do it in. That's part of that process. If you let it turn violent, whoo, you do not want to do that in Brevard County. I'm going to tell you that, and I believe I can speak for my fellow sheriffs around the rest of the state. You don't want to let it happen. And just so there's no confusion, because I don't want to hear any whining later saying we didn't know, I'm going to break it down for you, all right? Because as you watch these riots unfold across the rest of the country,
I'm pretty sure, because we watched this live, I'm pretty sure this guy is talking about the No King's Day protests. I'm pretty sure. Let's have a look. Nah. Look at this guy. 1 million subs. Sitting there reacting to other people's content. Who could honestly try and like make a living off that? Right? Just reacting to other people's stuff. Shameful behavior. Yeah, it doesn't say. I'm pretty sure this is about the King's Day marches. We will kill you.
What you are seeing is buildings being burned down, police cars being bricked, having explosive devices thrown on them, having fire, guns pointed at them, bricks thrown at them, all and on. So I'm gonna break it down for you, all right? And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tired, because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here.
Big, beautiful dogs.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at, because we will kill you graveyard dead. We're not going to play. This has got to stop. You're watching what's taking place out there. You're seeing police officers that are being attacked, being spit on, being put in harm's way just for doing their jobs. You're seeing ICE agents that are being targeted for doing their jobs. And you're seeing obstructionists that are doing all of this, standing in the way of law and order. Not here.
Yo, first of all, I just gotta say that this is the realest stuff that I'd have never heard in my entire life. I love it. I think that this is what's needed in society. And the fact that all of these liberal fairies think that they can get away with doing some of the most egregious things.
That boy ain't running anyone down. Yeah, but he was just like, you're going to be tired in jail because we're going to run you down. Yeah, like how? Huh? I'd like to see this guy in one of Pete Hegseth's general meetings. They can go do fucking chin-ups together.
Things to the people that protect us, the people that you call when you have a problem, the people that go and solve your murders, the people that keep us safe inside of the United States of America.
So we all know the left has a censorship problem. Do you think the right has? So we all.
Oh man, I wanted to hear him say more about his thoughts on that, apart from those liberal fairies and him supporting coppers so much because they help stop murders and keep the community safe, etc., etc. Wait for the but. There it is. Yeah, liberal fairies, that all you got? Yeah, I know, that was unfortunately, that was underwhelming to say. How far down his throat do you think the boot is at this point? Yeah. No? He's deep throating that boot, that's for sure. Look, I get it. And like I've said this before, I know that this is not kosher for a lot of people, but you know, the police provide services outside of controlling populations and oppressing people. They do provide services outside of that. But like their main function is not that. It is to protect private property. And so like when push comes to shove, they need to be coerced or convinced into laying down their arms or refusing orders to protect private property. That's the only way that you're going to have some significant political or revolutionary style change when it comes to the piggies. That's as far as it can go. But like, you know, his banter there, when you got cops, they have violent force. And when you have the ability to have a monopoly over the use of violence in society, you have to use it with great discretion. And so like flagrantly using rhetoric like that, being like, you know, we will kill you, graveyard dead, like that sort of stuff entices people and spreads fear. And so far, I thought that the Trump regime, especially in what they've been discussing recently, are against the idea of domestic terrorism and domestic extremism. This type of rhetoric that this guy is saying is just like, if you do anything to us, we're going to kill you, or we're going to drag you under our cars. Like that is a form of spreading terror. So like, you know, let's just remember that the police shouldn't be openly terrorizing the citizenry. They should be doing it indirectly, like we expect them to do it. None of this open terrorizing. I don't need to run, boy. I got 17 little friends that can run faster than you, boy. Interesting. All right. Let's see this Antifa, this trans Tifa dude here. Unkempt trans Tifa dude. Let's see him get crushed by Turning Point USA.
So, we all know the left has a censorship problem. Do you think the right has the same problem as the left in regards to censorship? For example, banning professors from talking about critical race theory in class.
Well, banning and then not having as part of your curriculum are two different things. So curriculum is what is different than freedom of speech, correct? Because curriculum is actually what's voted upon and what you're tested on. So no, critical race theory should not be in the curriculum of taxpayer-funded schools.
But do you think, if a professor wants to include it, shouldn't it be their free speech?
A professor can say what they want, but inversely, do you think we should subsidize the teaching of eugenics?
You know what? That's a good point. I'm going to talk about it like that.
For example, if there was a science teacher here funded by taxpayers and said he thinks that Hitler was right, should we put up with that?
Probably not.
Because he has a right to say it, but we also have a right to no longer fund that as taxpayers and say that we shouldn't be in our curriculum.
That made a lot of sense to me.
Thank you.
I don't care if some trans person wants me to call.
All right. That was a good point. I'm not sure what the point the other guy was trying to make there. But it's like, should we have censorship? And should we allow people to teach certain topics and whether that is equivalent to censorship? He's already being sophist. Yeah, well, I guess it's just another gotcha moment. It's just like, hey, this guy came up with something where he thought he was going to get Charlie Kirk and he got gotcha'd and then agreed with him. It's a fight fire with fire approach, which only promote more radicalization. Yes. All right. So what's this guy? What is their name of this? What's the name of this guy's podcast again? They're the ones that had like Bernie on recently, the Flagrant Something podcast, I guess. I don't know. This question made Andrew Souls freeze. And so this guy's like Blue MAGA. Is he a dirtbag leftist? Do you reckon there, 4AS? Let's see how they crush this guy.
I don't care if some trans person wants me to call them a woman. Like, I'm gonna call you a woman. I'm not gonna like put my fucking foot down about it. I don't
Andrew,
give a
if
fuck.
I told you right now, call me daddy, would you call me daddy?
No.
Why not?
Well, because
Call
you're
me
not my
daddy,
dad.
Andrew.
But you're not my dad.
But I want you to call me daddy. I view myself as your daddy.
Well, but you're not my dad.
But you're right. They're
Yeah.
not. She's not a man.
But if you want
she's
me to,
not a woman.
But if
she's
you
a
wanted
man.
me to call you son, I would call you son.
Yeah, I get what you're doing here. You're having fun with it, right?
No, I'm not. It doesn't affect me at all.
But
Calling you daddy
son-
insults my dad.
Yeah, but
I-
calling you ma'am insults my intelligence. It insults science. It insults facts. It insults,
So this is the culture wars. This is it. It's difficult territory. Like, he's fundamentally right. Okay? He just wants to call a woman because she thinks that she should be called a woman. And so this guy's like, yeah, but like, you just want her to be called a woman so she's not offended. But like, by me calling her a woman when I don't think she's a woman, then I'm offended. So resolve that one. How do you reconcile that logic? Haha. It's because in the realm of ideas, you can't always reconcile the logic. And so like, there are traps everywhere, man. You're not my dad. But I don't want to call you daddy because you're not my dad. That's not the implication. And he knows it. That's not the implication. The implication is he doesn't want to be, going down that perverted line of calling him daddy. No, he's not Blue MAGA. No, he's not. Flagrant. Yeah. He's soft right wing. They endorse Trump. What the fuck? But like, I thought they were endorsing Bernie Sanders. They were like having a mad chummy time with Bernie Sanders on that podcast. And they kept talking about, like, he actually said in that podcast as well that like he grew up in a Democratic family and he's always voted Democrat and all that sort of stuff. That's interesting. So maybe this is not the guy from the Flagrant one, because he kept saying like how he's grown up. He's a grifter. Like in that podcast, the same one, he kept on talking about his history as a Democrat. He grew up in a Democratic family and all that sort of stuff. The other guy's just splitting hairs. The other guy's conflating gender and sex. If you want to see the most poorly articulated arguments defending Israel, watch clips of that Adam flog on PTV. Okay, fair enough. I'm pretty sure I've seen this guy speak about his upbringing as a Democrat and all that sort of stuff. Pretty much all the comedians in this sphere were Bernie guys that dislike Kamala enough to endorse Trump. Oh, well. Interesting. A lot of the MAGA comedians are not happy about the level of ICE aggression. Rogan last episode with Duncan, they talk about deporting illegals that have been here for 20 years is wrong. Interesting. And what's your view on that, Dilemmas? If someone's there for long enough, even if they're illegal, should they stay? Schultz was on the campaign trail with Trump. Oh, okay. Yeah, right. But here he is defending trans women's rights.
An actual, you were born a man. You want me to call you a woman because it hurts your feelings?
Once you know this about
that is interesting. Another one of those content creators just reacting to other people's stuff, right? He made the joke on stage about Puerto Rico. Oh, right. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to have to look up that podcast again. He's just a grifter. Fair enough.
Once you know this about J.D. Vance, it makes complete sense why the Democrats fear him.
Donald Trump picked a VP who, whether you like him or not, is a pretty impressive guy, who was raised by a single parent who was a drug addict and ended up serving the country, going to an Ivy League school, becoming a venture capitalist, becoming a senator, and can sit and have a conversation
And how did he become a venture capitalist, huh? Because like all of a sudden, after he left the Ivy League school, he just, by his own incredible brilliance, he was able to put together some type of killer business that made him tens of millions of dollars, or he emailed Peter Thiel and sucked up to him in the right way that allowed Peter Thiel to not only finance his business as a venture capitalist, but also finance his career as a politician, making him a literal puppet of one of the most influential billionaires in Silicon Valley. No, it was all him, baby. All him. Look, I'm not saying that, you know, from his circumstances to getting to an Ivy League school and going like and serving, like all those things, you know what? He's done some brilliant things, JD Vance. But like, don't make it out like he was a self-created venture capitalist turned senator. Come on, bro. Is there a classic 2016 SW Day wrecked compilation in this playlist? That's the real pipeline. Interesting. I'm not sure. I'll have to confer with the curator of the pipeline. I draw the line at committing a crime. If you've committed a crime, you go. If you've just been working, etc., fast track to citizenship. But like, don't you reckon, like, if you've been working the whole time, like 20 years, does that qualify you? Like, not fast track to citizenship. Doesn't that just like default? Like, you're obviously part of the economy. You've been working for 20 years. Like, you've contributed, you've paid a lot of tax, I'd say, at that point. If you've been working for 20 years, you've probably sent kids to school and like put people through the system, so you're integrated with the system at some point. It's like we have these laws in Australia, I can't remember exactly, adverse possession. So under Australian property law, we have this idea of adverse possession, which is actually a throwback to when we were kind of a colonial and like settler kind of society. And if, like, let's say someone owns all this land and they're not really using it properly, and you possess that land by using it in a way that's contrary to the way that they've been using it. Let's just say they use it for farming or something, and then you take over part of this person's property, and for 12 years they didn't even realize that you've taken over their land. And this has happened from like rural properties, or you just change your boundary and take over parts of your neighbor's property, to like people literally like owning homes and like not walking into their own house for 12 years, and somebody comes along and like squats in their house, changes their address there, and uses it counter or in an adverse way to what the other real legal owner has been using it. After 12 years, if you've got the records, you own that property, and that's called adverse possession. So like after 12 years, hey, you've been using it, you can have it. Like, is there a cutoff? Like 20 years? Can you just like say, yeah, I'm pretty much a citizen here by default, let's be honest. And like, I should be able to stay here, whether I came here illegally or not. And no, crossing illegally isn't the same. Presidents pardon scumbags all the time. That's hilarious. I'd be happy to say like de facto relationship after 5 years or something like that. Yeah, de facto relationships. Interesting. Yeah, because you have certain rights after a certain time period. I thought that was Tony Hinchcliffe who joked about Puerto Rico. Wait, sorry, got the joke confused with Kill Tony. But yeah, he's one of the pod bros that was interviewing him, and they went to the inauguration. These dirtbag white boy grifters all look the same. Hey, that's racist. They all look the same, man.
With you for 3 hours and be very intelligent and expressive. Right. He could do things that Trump can't do.
Right.
You know, like he could go on a show and really make the case pretty well in a hostile environment. She picked a VP who can't do anything to help her. Who's like the weirdest human being you've ever seen. What was the strategy here, guys? And they really just banked on being not Trump. They go, you know, all of the things that she ran on 4 years ago, she walked away from every position and didn't have an answer for any of them. She never had an answer for any of them. She went, my values haven't changed.
Even an accused murderer.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Good old JD Vance, eh? But like the spin around the JD Vance phenomenon is huge. I think he's as squeaky clean as a lot of people make him out to be. Or self-made. He's definitely not the American dream, as everyone likes to make him out. Honestly, after paying 12 years of rent, just give me the deed. I'll pay off what's left. There we go. Yeah, the adverse possession laws do not apply for rent situations because they're fully aware and they're watching you. They're fully aware. Brett Cooper. Let's have a look.
The Disney has gone to Even an accused murderer thinks that Disney has gone too far, and who could blame them? They acquired the two most important franchises to young men and then proceeded to spit in their faces.
Put a chick in it, make her gay!
On a recent podcast episode from about a week ago, Snoop Dogg basically said everything that we've all been thinking about Disney. Just take a listen.
I took my grandson to see what was a movie with Buzz Lightyear.
Toy Story?
Not that one, but
the new Buzz. The Lightyear. I think it's
yeah,
called
with
Lightyear.
Kiki Palmer's in that movie.
Okay.
She plays like the daughter. So we watching it, and the lady, which is Kiki's mama, they move on into the space years. They move down the line. They're like, man, she had a baby with a woman. Oh, my grandson in the middle of the movie like, Papa Snoop, how she have a baby with a woman? She a woman. Oh, I didn't come in for this. Just came to watch the goddamn movie. Hey, man, watch the movie. So it's like, I'm scared to go to the movies now. Like, y'all throwing me in the middle of shit that I don't have an answer for.
It's so good. Like, these are people, like, I don't know if you've seen the movie, but, like, basically, these are people that, like, go around space and, like, and can travel at the speed of light and have sophisticated technology and weaponry, and like they're fighting aliens and like they're time traveling and like all of this crazy sci-fi stuff. But like the idea that two women could somehow have a child amongst all of this incredible magical sci-fi stuff is just like, I don't know how to explain that. You could just be like, I don't know, man, like it's science or something like that. But he's just like, nah, man, I don't want to explain this shit. And like, fair enough, he doesn't want to go there. But like, it is a fictional like situation. It's not based on some real story or something like that. It is literally a piece of sci-fi. So funny. He could have just blamed it on sci-fi. It's not. It doesn't have to be made up into this whole thing. And like, who is this woman anyway? Did we watch her recently in the last one? This chick. He got a lot of backlash for this, old Snoop Dogg. And like her defense was like, Snoop Dogg is a murderer. That was her line. That was her defense. It's like, Snoop Dogg is accused of shooting someone. He's a gangster, and even a dumb gangster could figure out that it is weird to have to explain to a child how two women can have a baby. I love the argumentation. You gotta appreciate that's some interesting logic there, right? I like how they added the word accused. I accused Henry Cavill of being my... Doesn't mean he is, though. Interesting. Yeah, we did. She is a right-wing grifter. Ah, okay. Trust the science, Snoop. Yeah, I love how Snoop Dogg doesn't know what IVF is. Imagine this being your political content with Disney, bruh. Yeah, I know. So good. She was the one that said it wasn't that bad for the first time Trump was president, and it was only 4 years. Yes, that's right. That's right. It's only going to be 4 years, and like, get over it. Nothing will really change. It's okay. She's a female Ben Shapiro. She left the Daily Wire last year and is doing better on her own. Got it. Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, Snoop Dogg. Everyone was rallying against poor Snoop Dogg. Poor granddaddy Snoop Dogg.
I mean, he literally is saying what we all are thinking. His grandson is saying what we're all thinking. Like, first of all, how does this even make sense?
Look, when I was watching that movie, I was honestly like, fuck, how did they actually produce that crystal that allowed them to break light speed? Like, that's absolutely incredible. Like, don't get me wrong, two women having a baby, what a phenomenon that is. But like, I was more worried about how they could travel close to the speed of light or actually travel at the speed of light and then time travel. I wanted that answered. How are these people time traveling? That's what I wanted to know when I was watching this movie. I thought that was way more interesting. Oh, I wanted Ben's hot sister. Funny how Brett is saying this when she's obviously a clone of Ben Shapiro. The culture wars are wild. Poor Snoop Dogg.
Why is this here? Snoop is like, God, I did not ask for this when I came to see this like kids Disney movie. This is not what I was expecting. And of course, because of this clip, which in my opinion is very harmless, people melted down online.
Again, she's like, you're a murderer. you obviously are less than reputable. But even I agree with your opinions, you goddamn murderer. It's a harsh way of arguing in his favor, isn't it? Like, look at this guy. He's deplorable as fuck. And he's got grandkids. And Disney movies still offend him. Eh? If the Republicans get obliterated at the next election, I'm looking forward to the mental gymnastics they're going to invoke to be the next victim. Well, look, we'll see what happens at the midterms. Everyone's watching you, America. I was seeing what's going to happen in 2026. It's going to be interesting. But if it doesn't go well, they may try and shut down elections altogether. That's definitely on the ticket. It's definitely a thing. So, like, if they don't win the next election, if they don't win the midterms, there might not be another election ever again, right? That's what I'm the most worried about. Remember when Snoop Dogg started calling himself Snoop Lion? I wonder how many zeros were on that BB check. Well, it is a harmless clip, but also, what's wrong with parenting and giving kids an answer? Oh no, a different viewer from mine. How will I handle this? Yeah, it's just like, well, you're going to a Disney movie, and so like they do have artistic integrity, and if they're going to take the movie down a certain angle, like, you know, you don't have to go to the movie. You know, if the kid wants to go to the Disney movie, and kids ask questions, kids ask a lot of fucking questions. Then, like, you know, deal with it. Be an adult. It's hard, but you're going to have to do it. That'd be pretty funny. Disney is backing Trans Tifa to bring down the West. That's pretty much the claim. Like, one of the largest capitalist engines controls a lot of media, controls a lot of businesses, capital, and is a huge impact on shaping public opinion. And like, they really think it's going to bring down the West when it has such enormous power and control. I don't know, man. I don't buy that. I also want to point out that all the polls, both US and Australian, have been profoundly wrong. Who knows what's going to happen? Yeah, fair enough. That would be the Republican electoral campaign if there ends up being another, which is a good point. All right, where are we? Let's get back to it. This is Vivek. How do I say that? Ramaswamy, I think it is, delivers speech at RNC Day 2. That was a year ago. Let's see how this one's held up over time. Because I'm assuming at this point he's still a presidential candidate. Oh, former Republican presidential hopeful. Okay, so he's not in the race anymore at this point. Let's see what he has to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome businessman Vivek Ramaswamy of Ohio.
Thank God he's a businessman. Well, they wouldn't like him, if you know what I mean. All right? Hot take. He would be running and winning in the next election if he was white. Very charismatic speaker. That's what I was saying. Like, if he wasn't a businessman, they wouldn't let him near the stage. Like, he's lovely, but come on.
Love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the warm welcome. It's good to be back in Milwaukee. This time last year, I was a candidate for U.S. president, and I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name by now. So thank you for that. It's good to be back. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis right now. Faith, patriotism, hard work, and family have disappeared, only to be replaced by race, gender, sexuality, and climate. But we're not going to win this election just by criticizing.
This is good. This is the fucking culture war, man. I've said he was the wrong color for the RNC, and that's kind of sad. But like, he got pretty far because he's a billionaire. Like, if you're a businessman, a successful one, you can fucking You can put all that shit to bed. All the ideological stuff goes to the side. If you got money, you can do anything, baby. Oh, yeah, that was good. That was a really good setup for the culture wars that he did just then. That was great.
Criticizing the other side. We're going to win this by standing for our own vision of who we really are. What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024? What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024?
America.
It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that you get ahead in this country, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law. And I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas. They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
You're right, he does speak well. Eh? He does speak well, that's for sure. And he's not getting enough of a rousing response from these people. It's interesting. I thought they'd be more cheering than that. Like, he's getting claps, but I thought he'd, you know, like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel. What do you mean in terms of what, businessmen?
If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump.
Wow, wow, wow. We see how that one's aged. Restoring law and order is basically this city has a crime problem. So let's march in the troops. That's unelected bureaucrats. Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? To see how that's aged. Right, unelected bureaucrats. No, I think what did they designate Elon as? Yeah, well, he was some type of like private something, and then he had 100 days or 130 days in that position to come in, like a consultant almost, to come in and do his thing. Yeah, they're gonna establish law and order. Nicely rips off of Obama's speech. Who knows what's going to happen, true. However, we know exactly what they're going to try. It's written out clearly in Project 2025 and already happening. Got to remember it's day 2. They've had a gutful by now. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. They are deploying red state National Guard troops to blue states. ICE in more and more cities, and they are getting people used to military presence. Yeah. Normalize that shit. When they say the polls are no longer safe, they will be deployed to the ballot boxes, and then they are an entrenched oligarchy similar to Russia. But like, I've heard this theory as well. That I think it was the governor of Chicago was threatening this. You let the troops in and everyone gets used to them, then when the elections roll around, they'll be trying to keep the ballot boxes safe. But like, that insinuates this theory as well, that then having troops means that they can influence how people vote. But like, unless they're going to walk with people into the voting booth and make sure they vote for Donald Trump or something like that, how do they impact the election? The only way I can think about that, like an army presence at the at the ballot box, instead of walking up and voting for people or make sure they vote in the right way, the only way they can influence stuff is just their presence being there will stop people from rocking up to vote. So like if you see soldiers there and you're like, I don't know, a migrant or something like that, or you don't have the right skin color, so you potentially could be taken away by ICE agents, or for some reason you just stay away because there's troops there. That's how they control the ballot boxes, because the only people that feel safe enough to go near a voting booth will be the ones that vote. I think that's the only way that makes sense, unless people are insinuating that by having troops around to protect the ballot, they're literally going to be voting for people. Okay, do you think a brown or a black person would turn up? Right, okay, so it's about that. It's about the presence. Because it's funny, because during Restoration, they actually had northern troops in the South protecting voting centers so black people could vote. They actually did the opposite thing, in like after the Civil War. And the people in the South were upset, and they were saying, see, you fought this civil war, this war of northern aggression, and you said it was going to be about like liberating the slaves. But then here you are with your federal troops hanging around our cities and trying to make it safe for black people to vote and all that sort of stuff, or freely newly freed slaves to vote. This is state overreach. You're sending in the troops to look after ballot boxes and stuff like that. It's very interesting how American history kind of plays out these weird scenarios over time. Yes, to push down voter turnout, Republican win when voter turnout is low. Never underestimate the sheer stupidity of politicians. Sometimes there's no plan. Just look at Victoria's machete bins. What's that? LOL. No, I don't know the reference. Times have changed, and these are not troops. They are militias. I'd feel better if it was the Marines. Interesting. Money is green. You elected the equivalent of Big Brother contestant to run your country. That's funny. Yeah, head of Doge. I know that was what his position was, but like he had a special title, like a bureaucrat kind of title. And so that's why they got rid of him after 130 days or something, because people were like, oh, well, how is he legitimately doing this role kind of thing as head of Doge? But he was given this specific position. It's like, some type of advisor or something like that, almost like a consultant. And like you can be appointed by the president without having to go through checks and balances and being appointed by the Senate or some type of committee or hearing or something like that. He was able to just be specially appointed by the president as an advisor or as a consultant, just to get stuff moving within the first 130 days. But then after that, he had to leave. But yeah, he's definitely head of Doge, that's for sure. Bro, Victoria spent millions on little metal disposable bins to deal with the machete youth, aka urban crime. Yeah, right. All right, back to it.
If you want to reignite the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth.
I want to know what it is. Any guesses? Any guesses? Come on. Anyone? Before he says it? Let's see if you can get it in the chat before he says it.
Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country. Not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying.
Ooh, that one didn't age well. I don't know if he is unifying the country. I think he's actually dividing it more and on purpose. You want to research dodgy government, go down that rabbit hole, and then you can have local news tell Geordies when you're on next. What? Aged like milk. Yeah, I know, right? Far out. It did not age well, that one. It did not age well.
That's who we are as Americans. That's who we've always been. To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to black Americans is this. The media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs.
We are Jews for Trump. That's what that one says. I was wondering.
Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this. We will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law.
Didn't age well either, did it? Hey, so much for the fucking rule of law. Hey, that is not being respected by the Trump administration too well. See, that's the thing though. Like, I thought a lot of Trump's rhetoric and general conservative rhetoric on this one was that these people are bad people, these illegal immigrants, because they have broken the law and they're like, you know, they're violent criminals, like, and you know, et cetera, et cetera. The caravans that are coming up are full of, you know, deplorables, et cetera, et cetera. So he's like, oh, you're not bad people, but you broke the law, so get out of here. Yeah, I know that guy checking Grindr, eh? Very good. This country is a fucking clown show. Oh, man. Again, you need to come. You need to seek refuge. But America was literally built on breaking England's laws. That's fucking hilarious. Don't say that part out loud. All right? Keep it to yourself, please.
Our message to millennials, speaking as one myself, yes, it's true. Our government sold us a false bill of goods with the Iraq War and the 2008 financial crisis, loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders, telling us that if we took out college loans, we'd somehow get a head start on the American dream when it hasn't worked out that way. But we can't just be cynical about our country because the United States of America is still the last best hope that we have, and we deserve a better class of politician, one who actually tells us the truth, even if it comes with some mean tweets from time to time.
They're called truths. They're not called tweets. Say it right, you fuckwit. Come on. How offensive. I am the law. Trump since winning. So good. America was based on the rule of law. Just ignore the 100 or so years of the Wild West. So vote for Trump. He was going to load up on even more debt. Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing with the debt stuff. Like, it just keeps going. Gates was probably searching for some Epstein girls. Hey? Yeah, heavy, bro. Heavy.
And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American.
Bro, is he reading off a prompter or is this just him? Fuck. I wonder if he's reading off a prompter.
And you know what? If you're at home and you disagree with everything I just said, our message to you is this. we will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that is who we are as Americans. We are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome. We don't.
I don't know if that one aged well either. Like, they really are going after anyone who has, what is it, like, is anti-American values, anti-Christian values, anti-family values, anti-capitalist, like trans Tifa, basically. You watch out. You're all on a trans Tifa list somewhere. That one didn't age well. LOL, he's speech aged so poorly. Be brave, status quo warrior. Warrior of the status quo. Oh my god. How can you disagree when he said nothing of substance? He's really smooth. I've seen a few podcasts with him. He's very articulate. Yeah, and his speech power, his oratory is great. Like, and like, they're not servicing him very well. But I guess, you know, they're still undecided about whether they should cheer too hard when this guy talks, if you know what I mean.
Have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what, you are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, the Republican crowd on their feet after listening to 38-year-old entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, a man who's worth about...
What would you define as socialism?
There you go. Hey, there you go. His smile makes me want to barf. Hey, he spent a bit of money on that smile as well, bro. Hey, there's some nice white teeth. Some pearly whites. Vivek really sold a promise. And to every demographic, the silver tongue serves empty plates to the peasants and they feast. It's a sick line. I don't know where you got that from. You should get that tattooed somewhere. Trump should go after Australia since... Wait, where was I reading that? Australia, since we banned the Roman salute. Uh-oh. I'll never get why guys like that minstrelize themselves for the same people who would hang them from a tree at the first opportunity. Minstrelize themselves? That's savage, bro. I don't think he sees it like that, but fair enough. But yes, hardcore, right? Yeah, there'd be a few people from different sections of that convention that may not agree with him. Fastest agreement you'll ever see.
What would you define as socialism?
In practice, it would be the Soviet Union, it would be Zimbabwe, it would be Mao's China, it would be Pol Pot's Cambodia. In philosophy, it would be, of course, Marxist doctrine, the elimination of the family, the elimination of private property, and the elimination of speech and personal protection rights.
All right. I mean, if that's what you define as socialism, then yeah.
Well, but okay, great.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right, cool. Great. We have an agreement. Okay.
I am done with it. I am.
Like, yeah. I made that up, but if you wanted to put it in quotes, it sounds like some philosopher said a while back. No, it's pretty good, man. That's some gold Jerry Boppins right there. You're supposed to say you coined the term. Anglica's in the house, and I'm proud to be an American where at least I know I am free. Bald eagle, just to drive that point home. Look, he's listed all of these different socialist experiments and said that that's socialism. And then, what was it? And then, like, in philosophy, it's whatever the hell Marxism is and being anti-family. Now, I'm not sure if people know this, but Marx had a family. Dun, dun, dun. He had a wife and kids. And, like, he was even banging the servant. Dun, dun, dun. So, like, you know, he must have had some appreciation of heteronormative culture and the proliferation of the species through reproductive acts. Dun, dun, dun. So, like, when they come up with the anti-family stuff, I actually do wonder what they mean and where they got that stuff from. So, like, you know, socialism is beyond Marxism, I must admit as well. Around the time of when, I guess, the 20th century socialist experiments were going off, there was huge debate amongst kind of the revolutionary or working class left about whether or not to take a Marxist approach to things or take other socialist approaches to things. So to believe that Marxists are the only people that can be socialists is a very, very it's a very, very specific and misleading interpretation of what socialism is about. Like, yeah, not every socialist is a Marxist. Let's just say that. Marx was probably swinging a hammer. Yeah, that's why there's a lot of people that don't like him, probably. They're jealous. Not very family-like. Well, look, depends what you define as family. Eh? And if you're talking about good conservative values, you got to procreate as much as possible to keep the white race alive. And, like, Marx is pretty white, right? Maybe Engels' book on private property and the family. Yeah, is that what it is? Like a history of what families have looked like throughout the years? That's like as pro-family as you can get it. It explains how we got to basically the nuclear family in the capitalist sense. Like, it actually explains the trajectory of how we got here. There's a lot about property rights, a lot about, you know, controlling women too. We've got to control the vehicles that produce the children. That socialist schnitzel. There's a channel name for you. Marx is packing. Got to get in on that socialist schnitzel. I guess if the servant is part of the family too. Yeah, well, integrated some way. Okay? And we use the term integration lightly there. Interpret that how you will. All right, let's keep going with Anton Daniels and his 1 million subs.
Done with the Democratic Party. You guys are psychotic. I've been a Democrat my entire life. I'm 43 years old, and I've never been more humiliated and embarrassed to be part of something. You guys are the most racist, hateful, bigoted, nasty group of people I've ever had to commingle with. And it's not all, just to be clear, but it's the majority of you guys. The left has lost their minds. What I've witnessed over the last 72 hours has been an absolute disgrace. Disgrace. You guys want...
Oh, right. Sorry. Woman says leaving Democratic Party. Liberal left after reacting to Charlie Kirk's passing. I'm like, why is she so upset? Okay.
Want to sit here, you want to abort babies at 9 months, you want to leave the borders wide open. New York City is an absolute disgrace. You have no idea what's going on in Manhattan. It's disgusting. Disgusting. It's not even livable anymore. I can't wait to get out of here. We have people that are...
Well, what is so disgusting about it specifically? I would like to know more.
Getting set on fire in New York City subways, not once, but twice. The stores are being looted. People are being pushed in front of the trains. The streets are filled with piss and weed. and I swear to God, I hope New York City single-handedly flips the entire New York State red, because I am done. I am done.
I am seeing more and more videos in my algorithm, not even from people sending it to me in my email, but from people just posting it. And it's starting to be a movement of people that's saying that they done with the Democratic Party, and they saying that, you know what, I'm not feeling it anymore. You guys have showed me your true colors. When major events happen, like Charlie Kirk passed away or something like that, you show how evil and how racist you are. And it's the truth. It's the absolute truth. What I have been seeing is probably some of the craziest stuff that I've ever seen in my entire life. And you can usually tell when they get angry at the fact that the same thing that they did to somebody else, that is the thing that is being reciprocated to them. So the energy that they put out there is now coming back to them, and they're pissed at it, right? We've seen a lot of people get canceled during the pandemic that was on the right. Or I remember when Don Lemon, I recently ran into a video where Don Lemon was on CNN celebrating the fact that Trump was being deplatformed from all social media sites. And now they're talking about, what is freedom of speech? What is censorship? Why are you guys having this type of conversation? And so it's good for everybody else, but it's not good for them. They go against their morals. They go against their principles. What they're supposed to believe in, tolerance, is the thing that they then celebrate when somebody else passes away. All of these cities are under duress, and when you finally get somebody that tries to clean it up, even against their will, then they complain about it, and they want the crime, they want the corruption, they want the killing, they want the money so that they can continue to do what they've been doing, and it's not working, and nobody is going for it anymore.
So there's a
pretty empty rhetoric kind of stuff, man. These motherfuckers got some thick frames. Yeah, it looks like it, right? 10 months. Thank you very much. Yeah, could you imagine? You're 1 month in with your newborn. You're just like, oh man, I can't handle this shit anymore. Where's my 10-month abortion? Yeah, that's exactly what they're looking for. How dare you? 9 months. That's just silly. We're looking for the 10-month abortion, please. Jag, LOL, what a drama queen. Yeah, I know. Right? She's not happy. Having a spat. This is a snippet of a massive why I left the left trend. Right. Big right wing corn or Ornpay at the moment. Yeah, why I left the left. Okay. Yeah, they would froth on that, wouldn't they? Oh yeah, give us some more of that. Yeah, why I left the left. Oh yeah. Interesting. Wait, there's weed in the streets? Yeah, she said that, right? Like in the gutters? Where is this magical land of free marriage away? So good. Didn't the wife earn the money while he stayed at home writing his works? How very lefty of him. Yeah, he was at the library all day long, the London Library, and like, no, I don't know if she really worked at all actually. Like, she had money, and I'm pretty sure he just basically got a stipend from his bestie, who was a capitalist, and gave him money and supported his family so he could do what intellectuals do: sit in a dark room and contemplate things and write it down. Yeah, what's the point? That Democrats are People's Party? Sure, dude, we all knew that. That Democrats aren't the People's Party? Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, like, what is the point? Let's go watch some Ornpay, Adlai. Eshays. Eshays. Speaking different language now, you're going to confuse the international audience, you two. Stop it. All right. What's this one? The difference between leftists and liberals. Ooh, AV mind. Charlie wasn't just a political figure. He was a dad, a husband, a friend, a mentor to thousands. Many of us looked to him not because he argued with us, but because he moved us, urging a generation to believe their voice mattered. This will be good.
The difference between liberals and leftists. okay? It's a very big difference. A liberal is someone I will disagree with, and we'll have a wonderful time. We'll go out to dinner and we'll consider each other friends. A liberal is someone that might believe in gay marriage, they might believe in higher taxes, and they might believe in more social welfare programs. That's a liberal. A liberal will agree to disagree. A liberal will have the conversation and they'll say, we might not agree on this, but I still treat you with respect, and I really like you as a person. A leftist will try to shut you up before you even open your mouth. A leftist does not believe in capitalism whatsoever. A leftist is rooted in intolerance. And you see this happen.
Yes. They don't like capitalism. Rooted in intolerance, eh? I'll let him finish.
All over the place in America, where college campuses get shouted down. You heard.
What a slip, bro. What a slip. Just let that hang in the balance for a second. Just let that hang in the balance.
Not believe in capitalism whatsoever. A leftist is rooted in intolerance. And you see this happen all over the place in America, where college campuses get shouted down. You heard my message tonight. Do you think I'm a hateful speaker? Do you think I bring vitriol? I get labeled by groups on the left in America that I should not be allowed to speak on U.S. campuses. That I'm somehow spreading vitriol and hatred.
I don't know, man. Isn't that the liberals that are trying to shut you down? Like people that are just like, they don't agree with you. They think you're spreading hate. Is it really the lefties that are doing that? Exactly. It's interesting, isn't it? I wonder what point he's really trying to make here. What a slip. He's conflating libs and lefties, yeah. But I guess it's just whatever matters to make his point, really. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. But again, I'm not surprised he's conflating. Yeah.
I'm spreading dangerous ideas. There's a difference between a liberal and a leftist.
There's a difference. So he's okay with liberals because they like capitalism. Did he just predict his own? I think he did. And it was in the relation to the radical left, the evil radical left. They're the ones. They're coming to get you. It's Transtifa. They're hiding under your bed too. If you're watching this on TikTok, you're wondering what the hell is going on. We're actually watching Right Wing Pipeline videos as well. So there's a link in the YouTube bio. You can actually figure out and watch along, unless you just want to listen to me talk about it. When you invent definitions in your head, you can believe anything. Yeah, I get he's making a distinction between the two. And like the left can be considered more militant, I guess, than liberals. Because liberals are supposed to kind of be like tolerant, right? And the left is supposed to be militant to the extent that they will fight for their beliefs in a sense that may not be considered as tolerable. But like, I guess if you're just, making your own shit up, it doesn't really matter, does it? Dude looks at libs of TikTok and says to himself, oh, those are definitely leftists. He definitely said shot first. Oh, yeah, he did. Charlie's mum got a 124th trimester abortion. What a radical Transtifa activist. Remag. Oh, my God. I had to screenshot that one. Charlie's mum got a 124th trimester abortion. That's savage, man. That's savage. But like, she's a radical Transtifa activist now. Just remember that. But Charlie, it says liberals in the are lefty mooching off the right. The more things change, the more they stay the same. And war never changes. One of those rare Freudian psychic slips. Yeah. It's like my favorite slip of the day is the right to bear arms. That's the best one.
This young woman asked AI, what would Charlie say right now?
First, I want you to know I'm fine. Not because my body is fine, but because my soul is secure in Christ. Death is not the end, it's a promotion. Don't waste 1 second mourning me. I knew the risks of standing up in this cultural moment, and I'd do it all over again. Second, do not let this violence divide us further. The enemy wants chaos, fear, and retaliation. Don't give it to them. Instead, double down on truth. Double down on courage. Double down on your faith and on your families. That is how you honor me. Third, remember this, America is worth it. Free speech is worth it. Fighting for the unborn, for families,
for sanity in a culture gone.
Fuck, this didn't age well, did it? Like, all the stuff that he's talking about has literally been opposed in the reaction and the fallout from his assassination, if you can call it that. I know that I got shot by a groyper, and it wasn't leftist at all, but it was all the radical left. Yeah, the Fallout could be a good streaming game. Oh yeah, Fallouts. Jokes on the commies, I saw them coming and bought a solid mattress base. Them Reds won't catch me slipping, boy. Hey, well, don't worry about the Reds, man. It's Trans Tifa you got to worry about now. Yeah, the reaction, this has not aged well. I know it was only 3 weeks ago as well, but it hasn't been a very, like, let's protect freedom of speech in the American way. That's definitely not been that.
Mad. It is all worth it. So dry your tears, pick up your cross, and get back in the fight. Do it with joy. Do it with strength. And never, ever let evil think it won.
Pick up your cross. Hey, it's your fucking burden to bear. Now pick it up. I'm a Jewish legend. I'm a Jewish, and I went to church for the first time because of Charlie. Thank you, Charlie. Rest in peace in heaven. If you ever doubted Charlie's heart, I can tell you that he saved my daughter. She was on a bad road, and I was unable to reach her no matter what I did. She went to a Turning Point USA convention with her friend and met him. That 10-minute talk changed her life. She's now healthy, happy in college, and out there speaking to young people about the truth and faith, and being better than you ever thought you could be. I have never been religious, but watching Charlie's videos has helped me to see the importance of Christian values in society. I never knew who Charlie Kirk was until the day he died. I feel like my faith has been living in silence for way too long. I'm from Israel. I loved him before, but now I understand how amazing this man is. Get her, she's from Israel. I can't stop crying. He was the best. Yeah, how fake was that chick's crying as well? She's like, you know, perfect makeup, not a tear in sight, slightly red nose. Like, come on, man. Seriously. Give up the other one, bro.
Let evil think it won.
That's exactly what he'd say.
That's exactly what he'd say. Yeah, well, would he? As a family man, do you reckon he'd do it over and over again, replaying in front of his children and his wife getting shot like that? So violently in front of the masses? I don't know, man. I don't know. I reckon if he'd had his time over, as the family man they keep saying that he is, I'm pretty sure that, like, he'd just want to spend time with his kids and get out of the fucking culture wars. He was the king of the culture wars. Even AI enjoys a little bit of irony. How's the croc tears? Yes. Otherwise, a synagogue, you poser, or a temple, be more accurate. Hey, Mystery. How many of these are bots? Yeah, who knows, right? Who knows in the current age, right? I'm a grown freaking man. And this brought a tear to my eye. Yeah, well, you got more tears in your eyes than that chick did. Let's be honest.
Hello, Charlie. My name is also Charlie, so good name. I'm actually an editor at the student newspaper here, the Branding Iron. And I was just wondering, sort of a politically neutral question, I guess. Well, two-parter. First of all, I think I already know the answer to this, but do you think that there's a bias in American media today? And secondly, as a member...
Yes.
I kind of figured. But as a member of the press, you know, I want to be a journalist. What can I be doing to combat that in your view?
So the first part of bias is story selection bias, which is the stories they don't cover. So my first piece of advice is, it's not even the story composition itself, which is of course bad, but it's, are you covering the stories that might make one side look bad or actually might elevate another side? So story selection bias is big. Finally, it's also the facts that they emphasize or they will not emphasize. So my other piece of advice to you is that when you are writing the story, if you're describing, for example, Charlie Kirk, the liberal media would say, look, white supremacist Charlie Kirk. That doesn't have journalist intent, right? That's just complete BS, garbage, rubbish. There's nothing behind it. So try to refrain from like very incendiary descriptions or adjectives, and try to and I'm sure they teach this as you're a journalist, right? Be incredibly factual in the way that you can write it. In fact, your job should be, this is your goal, the reader should never know your politics. If the reader does not know how you vote, you're an honest journalist. If the reader is left in mystery about your reporting, you're a good journalist.
Fair enough. That's always been my goal.
Mystery.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much.
God bless you, Charlie Kirk. Thank you. Kirk would do it again because he believed, just like the technocrats believe they are doing it for the greater good. And being true believers is what makes them so dangerous. Same as any cult. There it is. You know, him talking about incendiary language, pot calling the kettle black. Yeah, I know, right? Him just like, oh, you know, those liberals, they just call me a white supremacist. It's just like, well, those are the liberals that you said that you could go to dinner with before, Charlie, and you could talk to, but it's the leftists. I thought it was the evil leftists. They're the ones that'd call you a white supremacist. Hard disagree. There it is. What's this? Polish conservatives support the English Lions in taking their country back. UK politics. Ooh. Let's have a look at this one. Watch out for the Polish conservatives, man.
We, Polish conservatives, we do support you. We want our continent back. And we want to be a European family with you, with the British Lions. Raise up your colors. Raise up your colors. Look, show it. Show it to the world how proud you are. It's time for brave men. It's time to stop wearing dresses. We have to put an armor.
Fucking watch out for trans Tifa. They're coming to get you. They're coming to get you.
It's time to stop wearing dresses. We have to put an armor. And remember about Polish guys who fought for this country during the Second World War. Give them a round of applause and respect. Great Britain. Make it great again.
Wait, what did we just watch? Was that chick supporting that? Because like the type of world he's describing there is like, let's make, you know, Europe for Europeans again. It doesn't qualify for a lot of people. I just like to point out the irony of wanting to support the English lion, which is an animal that has been taken from its natural habitat, being somewhere in Africa, and then superimposed as a symbol of British imperial, oh no, maybe not imperialism, but royalty, let's say. It's a regal sign. And it's interesting that it's been appropriated from somewhere else in the world. The Poles are based. Same with the Hungarians. What do you reckon about Orbán then? Viktor Orbán. Hey, do you like his illiberalism, as he likes to describe it? Yeah, we have democracy. As long as I maintain control over the entire system. I think it's better to have open biases since everyone has them rather than to obfuscate. See, that's a really interesting point because there was a turning point, it would seem, somewhere. I can't remember exactly when. Let's just place it about the mid-19th century, so the mid-1800s, in the US anyway. There was this point at which all media outlets actually, like journalists, reporters, writers, they would actually openly be biased and support one party or another, or support one point of view or another, and the media outlet was known for portraying those views. And then at a certain point, there became this idea that you actually had to do balanced reporting. And the balanced reporting idea was to show both sides of the aisle so you could have an objective position. But it's a really good point. Like, how do you actually have an objective position on something? Usually the organization itself has an agenda and actually suits certain like interests here, there, and everywhere on particular issues. And the idea that, okay, they're just objectively showing the news, is actually misleading, because they do have an agenda, and they will actually serve you that agenda by their objective journalism and showing a balanced opinion. They'll just weight it in a way that makes you think that, like, this position is better than that position on this particular issue, but because you've been given both sides of the coin, then you've somehow gotten both sides of the argument. What they usually end up doing is poorly giving you both sides of the argument and just delivering whatever trash they want you to do anyway, which is incredibly misleading. At least when you know you're watching trash, then you know you're watching trash. Like, we don't watch Sky News for its objectivity. We watch it because they are staunch in their opinions, and it's pretty good entertainment value. Don't get me wrong. But, like, we know where they stand on an issue. It's very, very interesting. And it is actually an important point to make when it comes to journalism. Should you just be outright and very transparent? Or should you pretend to be objective and hide your real agenda? $1 million question. But it would seem that ever since, I think, I want to say the late 19th century, journalism and journalistic integrity seems to be about being objective, which hides the true agenda, I guess you could say. White culture peaked with Rhodesian brushstroke camo. After that era, we've been going downhill ever since. Poland has become the uplifting brother of the right for everywhere in the world. They're very vocal, hard backing, and any sort of right-wing movement in other countries. Yeah, I guess they are the sponsor, isn't it, of right-wing movements around the world. Everyone's just like, but look at Hungary, like, kind of thing. They got rid of the gays, hey? And now they don't have pride marches. Isn't that the way to go? Like, and that's, that's the mantle. Whereas, like, if you actually look at how they've rolled out his control on power, it's directly through his ideas of illiberalism. Which is like, yeah, you can have all the democracy that you want, as long as the system supports this kind of basically outright one party kind of system, which is like his party, and he's the supreme leader. So the courts get sidelined, the media gets sidelined, certain civil liberties get sidelined, like groups having certain rights, all so they can have a consistent style of leadership, which works fine, as long as that person keeps making the best calls. As soon as they start making shit calls, then everything goes south pretty fast. Yeah, and if everyone believes it's objective, the content does not actually need to be objective. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'm sure it's objective, right? I just got a really balanced position on this one, right? Right? Tell me it's true. All right. Yalla. Polish conservatives.
And we have equal opportunity in this country. We had a black president, just in case you didn't. And we have equal opportunity in this country. We had a black president, just in case you didn't know. We had a black president, and we had a black vice president. I think she was black. They said she was black. I don't know. And you know who voted for that black man? White people. Because you can't win a popular election in this country without white people. So Barack Obama is the product of white people. What's making America so racist is people that continue to talk about racism instead of focusing on unity and bringing our country forward. People that have these liberal mindset are infecting our community, black people, and making us victims and not victors. I refuse to embrace a victim mentality because that's not what our grandparents
And white people placing themselves in positions of power
You
when
know
they
why
do
they're
not
in
have the
position of power? Because
Let me
their
hear
culture.
this.
Black culture is toxic. And let's get on the fact that there's no fathers
So
in
white
the black
culture is-
home. Let's
Stop,
talk about that.
stop.
Let's talk
Stop,
about that.
stop.
Let's talk about
This
Stop.
parasitic hate.
And we have equal opportunity.
Stop. Culture wars. And where do you start with this one? Right? He's doing the line, the Charlie Kirk line. He's like, black fathers. It's just like, okay, fair enough. There are issues. But yeah, don't know where to go with this one. It's the culture wars. Good luck to you. And like, she's a champion of it as well. She loves it. Have you seen the clips of this woman? Right? Debating people. I guess debating other black people on black issues. She's a fucking queen of the culture wars. It's crazy. Preach it, brother.
This parasitic hate energy is so deep that I just lost one of my best friends, one of my closest friends of the last 12 years.
Woman says her liberal best friend turned on her after Charlie Kirk's death for supporting Trump. Liberal best friend turned on her after Charlie Kirk's death for supporting Trump. Okay, interesting. So this is a part of that movement. Why people leave the left. Why I left the left.
And she ended up calling me because I support Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump. She told me that I was a neo-Nazi, an alt-right neo-Nazi. She told me that I was a bigot and a racist and a misogynist. She told me that my two moms that are gay, that she feels sorry for them for raising such a hateful person.
I think this chick needs to speak to Snoop Dogg because he's still trying to figure out how two women could have a child. And like, here we go. She looks like an adult. Eh? She lived through it. At least you give some analysis. Oh, Charlie Kirk. What issues? The black men are locked up for small crimes at maximum time. I love how lazy the right-wing influencers are with their content. Just them reacting to other people. Well, like, you know, I can't really talk because like I'll be putting my foot in it because this is basically what I do. But like, you know, what's going on here? What's going on here? I still don't understand, right? Like the argumentation that like people who are right-wing or have right-wing or conservative tendencies get so offended when people call them fascists and stuff like that. But like when they call people snowflakes or libtards or whatever, or like commies will, or lefties will take that as like a badge of honor kind of thing. But like you can see how upset conservatives or right-wing people, all that sort of stuff, get when they called a fascist. Like they understand that being a fascist is a fucking problem, and so they don't want to be called that. And so like that really gets under their skin. Like you don't see them being like, I take that as a badge of honor. Like you only see like, you know, I guess Thomas Sewell types of people being like, yeah, I take that as a badge of honor. But like everyone else who's conservative and gets called a fascist, they don't like that shit. Like isn't that telling enough? Isn't that telling enough? Wow, won't someone feel sorry for me for experiencing the consequences of my actions? Yeah, the victimhood. And they blame wokies for all the victim culture that's out there. But like all I'm hearing here is a lot of, I'm victim, don't you understand? My friend yelled at me and doesn't want to be my friend anymore. And then she used the F word. It's not even safe to be alive anymore.
I mean, just all the names in the book, she called me them yesterday.
All the names.
And the crazy part is, what I called her out for is that she has known that I like Trump and Charlie because I had an epiphany last November. That's kind of when I woke up. And ever since then, I mean, I talked to her about it back then. Last November, she knew where I stood. And like we argued about it, we went back and forth, but she never stopped being my friend because of it. But now she's saying that she can't be friends with someone that supports these awful men. And I called her fake. I said, you're a liar. You lied to me this whole time. I said, I've never lied to you. You came into my house. I cooked you dinner. And the whole time you resented me. And she's like, well, I just didn't know how to say it. I'm like,
You know what? It's a lot of life events that's happening right now. I don't know what it is. I don't know what Charlie Kirk then triggered in the United States of America, but Charlie Kirk's passing has basically unveiled a lot of people's true feelings. It is forced people to choose a side, and it's revealing the fact that a lot of y'all had snakes around y'all that actually acted like they loved y'all, but it actually showed their true colors, and that they was just being chameleons in your face and looking to stab you in your back.
I want to show some heavy analysis right there. Okay. How the tables have turned. Triggered. Yeah, she woke up. Hey, I see what you did there. That's so good. Oh, man. Cheese Swiss. Fascist Fragility Fridays. Oh, man, there's too many good names for it now. Like, what are we actually going to use here? Oh, man, I might have done some drunk scrolling for this playlist. We're getting into the dregs of the pipeline. You might have to pick or choose from here on out. Nah, man. No, man, it's still good. It's still good. We're having a good time here. Okay. We're understanding the psychology, and the psychology is interesting because it is just an inversion of what is going on. If you can blame, I guess, the wokies out there for the victimhood, the oppression Olympics, like that was basically all that was going on just then. It was like this lady was upset because her friend was calling her names, and she was just like, I don't want to be called a fascist. I'm not a fascist because I support Trump. Am I? No. It's not me. It's clearly somebody else's problem. I'm definitely not a fascist. And like, don't you ever call me that. It's offensive. And so like, she's playing the victim, and she's playing the victim hard. Like, she's acting like she is some type of minority that needs special protection. And, you know, this is the exact same argumentation that seems to be so offensive, right? How the tables have turned. Why can't we be friends? Why can't we be friends? Triggered. That tasty black. Yeah, I know, right? They are making this too easy. I'm back. Hello. Wings of Cheese in the house. How you going? Hey, I feel like people like this chick are just making all this stuff up for views. Yeah, right. Like my friend, she came to dinner. I cooked for her. I thought we were going to be lesbian buddies. And I could have been a conservative lesbian, but she doesn't want to accept me. You know, like there it is. And you're like, see, even she's down with her conservative feelings, but her tolerant, that's the tolerant left right there. Her tolerant left friend. Not so tolerant after all. Hey? What's this one? Prove Charlie Kirk is not racist. Hey? Whoever made that claim? Someone who's worried about being victimized. That's who. Hey, the victim culture is hard. And this is, I guess, what the culture wars has come down to. At least at one point, you could call the culture wars really along political lines, where it's just like, no, we believe in this type of, I guess, economic approach to something. No taxation, you know, without representation. And it's just like, no, we need equal, we need distributive policy, and like people would have fought tooth and nail over where they stand on issues of that nature, issues of policy, and why this policy is good for religious types and why this policy is better for a secular state. And now it's just like, who's the bigger victim? Who's the bigger victim? And I think, like, to be fair, right now, the people that are owning the victim war are people like this. Why I left the left, or why we are not really racist, and why I hate being called a fascist. So stop calling me a fascist. It's wrong. It's wrong. They're going to ban the F word, okay, soon. Like, you watch. Next time he puts out an NSPM-8, and it's not going to be just about, like, people who can't be anti-American values, anti-capitalist, anti-religion, all that sort of stuff. It's going to be like, people can no longer use the F word. It's going to be outlawed. you cannot call people fascist anymore because it hurts people's feelings. It's hurting my feelings right now, just saying the word fascist. All those people wrongly accused of fascism. It's upsetting. The urge to not get triggered intensifies. It's just asking for a friend. So good. That should be a thing. The urge to not get triggered. All right. It's the official Tatum. Let's have a look.
A clip of Charlie Kirk being a racist for 2 minutes straight.
Give me one thing that white people and black people have different biologically.
Don't change the question of this. Like DNA-wise, we are different.
No, we're not. That's a lie. It has been disproven. Front page of National Geographic 6 months ago. Racism created by society. If you look at DNA independently in a science laboratory, they cannot distinguish between a black person or a white person if they look at just the DNA, because the only difference is the melanin. It has been disproven. Race is a social construct that I want to break out of.
And I want to give Charlie some.
Hey, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Race is a social construct. Eh? He's not wrong. Go call him out where he gets it. Eh? He's all over that. Nice hat, bro. Wait, I didn't even see the hat. Ice. Holy shit. Holy shit. It does say ice on it, doesn't it? Eh? Fuck, savage. Eh? Race is a construct. And that's why I say all these people from this area, of this particular race that cross our borders illegally should be deported. Get rid of that racial segment in society. They're the worst. Melanin is coded in DNA. Well, look, the argumentation is out on that one about whether it's exactly in the DNA or in some other type of coding. It's interesting. This discussion goes down a very, very strange rabbit hole, this one. I'm not sure what the exact term for what indicates your level of melanin is. But yes, I see your point there.
Social construct that I want to break out of.
And I want to give Charlie some credit here, okay? Back in 2019, Charlie Kirk helped a lot of young blacks get to the White House. He changed a lot of their lives. A lot of them never imagined going to the White House, and Charlie helped hundreds of young black boys and girls go to the White House. Charlie, thank you for that.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yes, and he also, through Turning Point USA, shipped heaps of people, apparently. So the article goes, he shipped a lot of people on Turning Point funded buses down to the January 6 riots. So like he has a penchant for sending people on buses to Capitol Hill when it suits him. So like, fair enough. He's rounded up black people and he's put them in a bus. He's rounded up January 6 rioters too. Put them in buses. What's your point? Tell me what your point is. That proves he's not racist because he allows black people to sit on any part of the bus. Doesn't have to be at the back. They can sit in the nice front part too. He's definitely not a racist. There it is. Buses for everyone. Didn't Kirk use the argument that DNA is all the same regardless of who it came from? Yeah, that was what his argument was. That like materially DNA doesn't change between racial differences, as in like aesthetic features are chosen or delineated between people on different grounds than like core DNA.
Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you, man.
So for people who want to call Charlie a racist, kiss my black ass. Excuse my language. Charlie Kirk is not
Kiss
a racist.
my black ass. All I can think about is Chef from South Park. Every time I hear someone say that, so good. Kiss my black ass.
Got an anti-DEI shirt on, so this is about to get good.
Well, instead of debating DEI, why don't you define it?
Got you. So diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I know what that means.
Okay, my fault.
I would say DEI stands for didn't earn it.
Ooh, didn't earn
That's a
it.
good
You've been
one.
working on it. I honestly.
You had one the other day, or someone did in the chat. They were just like, DEI stands for something, and it was pretty funny. I can't remember who said it. Maybe you, Dilemmas. Remember when Texas shipped the immigrants to Martha Vineyards and they shipped them out of there quick smart? No, I don't remember that.
believe that the fact that you got to this point where you was already unrepresented on these campuses already shows that you did actually earn to get those fundings, did actually earn to get that exclusivity tailored to you.
But let's try to find some common ground.
Okay.
Do you think?
Wait, what was his argument?
You've been working.
I would say DEI stands for didn't earn it.
Ooh. Didn't earn it. You've been working on it. I honestly believe that the fact that you got to this point where you was already unrepresented on these campuses already shows that you did actually earn to get those fundings, did actually earn to get that exclusivity tailored to you.
But let's try to find some common ground.
Okay.
Do you think people should be hired based on their race or their competency?
I don't think that. I think they should be race.
Which one?
My fault.
Yeah.
Sorry. My fault. I think that they should be hired based on their competency, not their race.
We totally agree, right?
Okay.
So what DEI does in practice, not in theory, is it focuses on race more than competence. And
Okay.
that is our concern.
Okay.
And so what I want, and you seem, very passionate about a lot of things, and you obviously have skills. For your life, I want you always to be judged on the content of your character, not the color of your skin. Where DEI says, no, we're actually going to care more about skin color than competency. And so what we want is an America based on merit, America based on how hard you work, an America based on what you bring to the table.
See, it's really good logic until that point. You want a society that gives you... Yeah, that was me. What was the actual thing that you said about the DEI? I can't remember how you called it, but it was funny. This logic falls over straight away when he says we just want merits for everyone to be judged off their merits. And we know that the society that we live in now does not delineate on people based on their merits. At the end of the day, it discriminates on people that have been able to get to a particular station because of their ability to get access to money or capital or wealth or connections. And usually those two things are tied together for the most part. People that get nice stations in life get that, or the best stations in life. And the best perks usually comes from not what they know. It's from who they fucking know and how they were able to pay to get there. Oh, you said the same thing. It was didn't earn it. Okay. So maybe Charlie Kirk stole from you, Dilemmas. You should trademark that before anyone else tries to steal that off you. The Simpsons. It's still good. It's still good. I should have said I didn't say that before.
Not just what you look like.
Well, look at that racism going out. Boy, Charlie, racist like a mud, ain't he? Y'all shut the front door. It's only idiotic people that think Charlie's a racist, because the thing is that for some reason there's something on the inside of black people. Not all. I got to say that every time, because y'all be like, you hate black people. I'm black. How am I going to hate myself, you fool? It's something on the inside of black people that when they hear white people say a fact, it make them feel some type of way. We talk about this in the barbershop. We talk about this among black people, how violent the community is, how people want to move out. They sick all this ghetto stuff. They say all these different things, and let a white person say the same thing. Now the person is a racist.
Question for you, good sir. Why are
No,
you
they're
conservative?
fascists. They're not a racist. Let's bring back the F word. I know I said that we shouldn't use it anymore until for like very specific cases where it's actually there, but I didn't realize how much it upsets people being called a fascist. It's hilarious. White women are frequently cited as the demographic that has benefited most from corporate diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives. There you go. The point was to balance it out, I guess, at some point. Yes, he did. I just need to know who to tell my address to so I can get all of them fat checks. That's right. You missed the window, Dilemmas. You missed it hard. Grand Tifa's in the house. I didn't even know you were there. If anyone else is watching this and like you haven't made yourself known, just say hi. Unless you're just lurking and you can't. But like, just say hi. Dad Days Daniel. The Democratic Party lost Chuck Norris. Oh, this will be good. I knew you'd have some gold in here, Jerry. This is potentially going to be some of your finest.
Question for you, good sir. Why are you a conservative, sir?
Well, I used to be a Democrat, but unfortunately the Democrats went too far to the left, and the Republicans moved into their position that the Democrats were 40 years ago. See? And so what the Democrats believed 40 years ago, the Republicans believe today. And so I realized that I had to go to a Republican because the Democrats just got too far off the trail. They just got completely off the trail and lost all reality of what America stood for. And so I realized that Republicans at this point in time are more focused on what is best for America than what the Democrats are.
I don't know why I thought that was going to be more insightful. I was actually really prepared to see Chuck Norris knock me out with some scathing realities, but like that was like actually pretty underwhelming. Now, like if you put him next to Noam Chomsky, who like repeatedly talks about how the Democrats have actually shifted more to the right, and the Democrats are where the Republicans were like 50 years ago or something like that. Like these two people are living in completely different realities. I don't think, to be honest, Chuck Norris and Noam Chomsky are living on the same fucking planet. Because their analysis is completely different. But like Chuck Norris is probably going on vibes there, I'd say. He's vibing it. And he's just like, hey, the country's changed, eh? You know, I can't just take my shirt off and fight Bruce Lee anymore. Like, the world's a complex place. Things have changed, and I don't like it. I don't like it. Well, white women are still women at the end of the day. Repeal the 19th. You just keep stirring the fucking pot. Jerry, you've lost your mantle, by the way, Jerry Poppins, if you're still around. Dilemmas is the new pot stirrer. And, you know, it's an important mantle to have in a conversation or a group like this. And you've lost the mantle, I'm sorry. Great playlist, though. The Democrats didn't go too far to the left. Chuckle Norris kicked the ground and spun the earth the other way. There it is. Reliving those beautiful jokes.
Government power to force their ideas on the populace. Me too! That's fantastic!
What? No. Ugh. You and I have nothing in common. What I'm saying is there are people in our time with dangerous ideas, and we need to silence them.
Silencing those who disagree with you. I do that too! Oh, wunderbar! Oh, the Nazi movement will not die with me.
Don't give me that! I'm enlightened, and you're as bad as, well, as Hitler. Listen, what I'm trying to say is we are very close to implementing a utopia, as long as we can get rid of some certain undesirable people groups.
Yes, like the Jews.
Yes, like the Jews. Oh.
So, in the future, you also do not like the Jews?
Well, no, but...
Oh my god. What did he say at the start?
Government power to force their ideas on the populace. Me too! That's fantastic!
What? No. Ugh. You and I have nothing in common. What I'm saying is there are people in our time with dangerous ideas, and we need to silence them.
Silencing those who disagree with you. I do that too! Oh, wunderbar! Oh.
So we've just watched a lot of people get real butthurt about being called fascists. And now we have the Planned Parenthood activists being compared to literally to Hitler. Right? It's so good, man. Real recognize real. Dilemmas is the man. Oh no, I see a coalition forming. Watch out. Iron sharpens iron, my friend. LOL, this is so lazy. He's just pointing his finger. I would ride into the myths of Avalon. Valhalla awaits.
The Nazi movement will not die with me.
How good's the channel
I'm
Guardian of
and
Truth?
you're as bad as, well, as Hitler. Listen, what I'm trying to say is we are very close to implementing a utopia, as long as we can get rid of some certain undesirable people groups.
Yes, like the Jews.
Yes, like the Jews. Oh.
So, in the future, you also do not like the Jews?
Well, no. But we don't believe in segregating all the races.
We couldn't find anybody in Hollywood that
What's this one? Shane Gillis, wildest impression yet. Oh, I don't know if I can do this. You know what? Last time we did the right wing pipeline, all of the Shane Gillis, if that's the comedian, all of his stuff is copyrighted, like hardcore. I had to literally cut them out piece by piece out of the recording to get around copyright. Ah, yes, guardian of the truth, conflating leftists with Zionists.
would play Hitler.
Nobody wanted to do it.
But we did find one person.
I'm Hitler. They didn't have anyone to play Hitler, so they called me. The studio called me. They said, Donald, could you please get us out of this? Look at the size of this crowd. We've got a lot of Jews here. I don't think he ever read the script. That guy right there, he's a Jew. No, I'm kidding. Don't get him. We could do something about the Jews. I might not, but we could. We've got big trains, beautiful trains. I want to work with them. Is that so bad? Art.
I don't know if I can watch that stuff anymore. I get copyrighted on it. I'm sorry. I know people do appreciate a bit of Shane. What's going on here? We are not the same. What's this? This clip shows Charlie Kirk's revival in Arizona, where thousands of people attended, compared to the unrest after George Floyd's death, when people burned down the very cities they lived in. Ooh, wow. What a call. I've never even heard people compare the two. Charlie Kirk going down, where they, peacefully and very honorably respected his passing, comparing that to those evil Black Lives Matter protests in the wake of the death of George Floyd. Very different people. I'm not sure if you would consider George Floyd a political activist, but interesting. It's an interesting way of comparing it. Let's see where they go with this.
So I throw up my head, praise you again.
Wow.
Wow.
Why is that?
You tell me.
Why is that?
Please tell me.
Why are you doing that? That's NYPD. That's New York.
Hold on. Look at that.
And look at the top. Celebrating the life, no burning flags,
stealing,
loving
looting.
America.
Yeah, look at
Everybody
that.
was peaceful.
One more time.
Like, this is the culture wars. Like, taking very, very, very specific. Like, they're not doing cuts of Charlie Kirk's reaction. They're just picking one part where everyone sings in unison. And they're just getting the most choice cuts they can find of civil unrest. And, like, who knows if this is even footage from the Black Lives Matter protests. Like, it could be footage from anything.
I can listen to this guy sing
all day.
I can't. I'll pause it right there.
I can't rip.
Fuck. That's white hot, that is. Revival, get some necromancy going so Charlie can keep owning the libs. That's right. Utah, give us your best libs. Yeah, they don't even try. That's lazy, man. I guess there's a lot of lazy stuff out there, generally. You can't blame one side of the fence for being generally lazy when it comes to the culture wars. A lot of lazy fucking culture warriors out there. Comparing outrage against systematic police brutality to the death of a rage baiter.
I can't wrap my head around people who think like this. In Australia, tradesfolk are paid.
In Australia, many tradespeople are paid upwards of $90 an hour because their skills are seen as specialized and essential to completing the job. Yeah, and because we have fucking standards. We have standards. And, we've had a large and robust workers' movement for a long time. I don't know if that's really going to stand the test of time, but it's ingrained. It's ingrained. It took a lot of work for us to get there, buddy. I still can't get over. We looked at it the other day. What is it? 7.25 cents is the federal minimum wage in the US. You'd have to work for like what? what is that, 13 hours to make $90 an hour that a tradesperson gets in Australia. Okay? $90 an hour. That's a bit rich. You have to be definitely not an apprentice. Speak for yourself, Dilemmas. I've seen the George Floyd corner. Not sure that's who you want to build your movement after. I don't know the George Floyd corner. Speak for yourself, Dilemmas. That's funny. All right. Let's actually hear what he has to say. I'll stop trash talking this guy first.
I can't wrap my head around people who think like this. In Australia, trades folks are paid $90 an hour because their skills are seen as specialized and essential to completing the job.
See these trades folks here, they're just like, what are they doing? Wiping the floor?
$90 an hour because their skills are seen as specialized and essential.
Where does he get this AI slop imagery from?
$90 an hour because their skills are seen as specialized and essential to completing the job, right? Yet the cleaners who come in afterwards to tidy the same workshop often earn as little as $24.10 an hour. Raising the questions, why is their work valued so much less when it's just as necessary? You're retarded. It's the same reason why I don't want my janitor doing my colonoscopy. Something tells me the broomstick method's going to be a bit more invasive. I don't know who needs to hear this, but in a society, some people have more value than others. Nobody's better than anybody else. That's just categorically untrue. Stop telling people that to make losers feel better about themselves. Now, don't hear what I'm not saying, because I know somebody's going to come in on some ableist bullshit. You just being a living, breathing human, you are immensely valuable. But when it comes to a society, you got to put values on skills. And don't hear what I'm not saying. We're not married. I put my values somewhere between, Uncle Danny and a paraplegic. Simple supply and demand. You got 1 million janitors to choose from, but only 10 neurosurgeons. Also, stop looking.
I get the logic. Okay. There may be 1 million janitors out there and only 10 neurosurgeons. But that to me begs the question. Like, honestly, begs the question. What is society doing about having an undersupply of fucking neurosurgeons? That's a fucking problem. That's not something to be like, don't you see that some people are better than others? Like, get over it. There are people that are more valuable. That's a fucking problem. If there is a need to have more than 10 neurosurgeons in your society, then you need to rethink how your education system works, how people get access to the resources they need in order to fund themselves to be able to study and get prepared to have an opportunity to become a neurosurgeon or something like that. I don't know it's conclusive that some people are just born neurosurgeons and there's just less of them than people that are born to be janitors. If that's the argumentation that he's making. The people in the image are not those, are not on those rates. Right, okay, right, got it. I work with plenty of people who are on those rates. It's not common. It's not common, but it's definitely not uncommon. Yeah, got it. We've been importing our neurosurgeons for 20 years now. Yeah. We had an Indian Sparky at our work for the last 5 years, barely spoke English. Instead of fixing stuff, he kept bypassing, then bypassing the bypass when it failed. What's your point? That an Australian electrician would have done better than that? Wouldn't have bypassed anything. Interesting. All right. I'll let him finish.
Looking in your neighbor's cup to see if they have more than you. The only time you should ever check is to see if they have enough. Stop pocket watching. It's weird. Go get financial clarity or some shit. I don't know. Merchant's about.
I know how young.
I don't know if they, don't look at what your neighbors have got. That's like what that video was really about, actually, comparing yourself to other people. And like some people are more valuable than others. Like, how do you know if there are some people in society that are more valuable than others without checking what people's worth really is? Classic Sparky, if you ask me. Yeah, just bypass that shit. We'll come back to me when it's a real problem.
Black people are silly. I don't know how grown black people are silly. Like, bro, at some point, you have to have run into knowledge that can give you a better perspective where you're not this silly.
Charlie Kirk's death has led me to an uncomfortable conversation that I want to facilitate. To my white brothers and sisters, how would you hope your minority friends respond to the celebration of Charlie Kirk's life when he has very publicly said things like this?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk. I live as a capitalist. Because of DEI, it begs the question when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence? And Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and
we watched this one last time. The guy with the blue hair, he took us to town on that one. I'm in remedial construction. Everyone is bypassing for profits. Do.
I'm a little bit older than most of us here. I'm old enough to remember when we got attacked on 9/11. And back then, there was a sense of patriotism in the country. I mean, every driveway had American flags draped over them. We were all one. In fact, I joined the military and I served in Afghanistan because I felt like I was a patriot. I wanted to do my part. When you juxtapose that with today, what is the breaking point in your opinion? What does that look like?
Right.
And is there a way to prevent it from being just catastrophically violent?
Yes, I mean, that's why I'm here. And so the only thing that stops you from violence is speech. Think about it. Everyone's been close to a fist fight in life. Sometimes, like, let's talk it out. Fist fight that's like any intellect, right? It's just pure primal, pure tribal. That's human norm in history. There's a bunch of tribes fighting, going to war. The fact that we're able to have decent society is that we're able to come out and have conversation. What do you believe and why do you believe this?
But are we though? I mean, are we like you're getting shouted down by everybody?
I will say the vast majority of students have been very, very polite here.
That's
though.
true.
And so
That's a valid
don't
point, yeah.
ascribe the fringe to the rule. So I have faith in the American people to speak this thing out. I hope, even if we have like the most diametrically opposed opinions, the fringes want us just to kind of stay in our corner and scream at each other. I think that's really destructive.
Well, first, why does it make you?
You know, it was an interesting point that he was making. You got to admit, like, okay, after a dramatic event, which was an attack on our soil, it unified the country and everyone had their American flags out. The only people, I guess, it didn't unify were the people that were accused of being Muslims or targeted because they were Muslims in the wake of a terror attack, which was attributed to Islamic terrorism. We're like, and it's an interesting point that that's the thing that unifies a country is war. And so he's then asking, basically, how do we get back to that form of unification? Well, I guess you need warfare because nothing unifies everyone but like a common threat. And so what he's arguing at the moment is that I guess there is no common enemy that unifies everyone because, and I've said it before and we'll say it again, because we have the fucking culture wars. And so like there are many enemies. And they're amorphous targets. They're nebulous, however you want to describe it. They're hard to put. You can't poke a stick at them. You can't put your finger on really what it is. And so, like, people are divided amongst certain lines, and they have got many people to hate. But if they all just had one collective person to hate, like if we were able to devolve this into some type of class war, and we were able to collectivize our aggression and so show some solidarity on a real enemy that we could all get behind, and we get some unity. I know how to end your culture war, bro. Let's turn it into a class war. We'll fix that quick smart. And that's a guarantee, brother.
You feel so bad that they're here.
Because I know that we grew up a different way.
You grew up a different way?
Yes.
What way do you think I espouse?
Very conservative, very.
Does that make me like a bad person? Like.
When you go against my rights and my beliefs, yes, I think so. But
I'm a bad person.
to my question.
Okay.
Yeah.
About gun violence? What in
Yes.
particular?
Like the shootings that are going on in America, that thousands of kids are dying.
Well, thousands of kids aren't dying every year, but a lot of kids are dying. You're right.
It's actually 30,000 kids die a year due to gun violence.
30,000 kids do not die a year. 30,000 total people die due to gun violence, 2/3 of which are suicide, and the majority are urban violence. You guys can fact check me on this at any time, by the way. 30,000 kids do not die of gun violence a year. So in order to be consistent, because you care about...
This one is hard to watch. I didn't realize we were going down a gun violence discussion. Again, this is difficult.
About gun violence?
Yes, I do.
Should we take all the pistols away so that no gang violence can happen in Kansas City, Chicago, Houston, etc.?
Yeah.
So all pistols should be taken?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
So Americans should not have any guns at all?
I don't think so, no.
Do you agree?
I do agree.
So no guns at all. So we have about 380 million guns in this country. How do you suggest getting them?
I think we should just do background checks on everyone.
No, we already own them, right? So how do we take the guns away?
I mean, I don't think there's any real physical way we can take away the
Right.
guns, but how can we prevent this in the future?
Right, but that's important. Since we can't get rid of the 380 million guns, what are we going to do?
There has to be some form of incentive to get people to give up their guns in order
So
for that to happen.
like buybacks and
Yes.
confiscation?
Yes.
Yeah. Got it. So you would get rid of the Second Amendment?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Because children are dying.
Got it. So 30,000 people.
Children are dying.
Got it. 30,000 people die of gun violence a year, right? 30,000. 55,000 people die from auto fatalities every year.
It's the car defense. It's the vehicle defense. But like heaps of people die because of cars. Don't you want to get rid of cars too? I know what 4IS would say if he was listening to this. Cars aren't designed to kill people. They're literally designed for transportation. That is an unfortunate result of transportation objectives. It's not the intent. Guns are literally designed to kill people. So they're being used to kill people. So like if they're killing 30,000 people, that's a fucking problem. Oh man, that's hilarious. It's the gun defense. Sorry, it's the car defense. It's Charlie Kirk's famous line. Yes, get rid of cars, more public transport and bikes. Yes, but then people will die on public transport and bikes too. So then we got to get rid of the public transport and the bikes. My killdozer, yes. Gotta bring back the killdozer, bro. Oh my god.
We get rid of cars.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, it is. No, you said 30,000. That's a lot of people, but a lot more people die because of cars, so we should get rid of them, right?
I don't think so. That's different.
No, it's not different. It's more people. We care about people, right? So we should try to make America safer, get rid of liberty, so cars got to go. Yeah?
So.
Well, but I thought we'll save lives. We'll save 55.
Ooh, see, I got you, bitch. How do you like that? It is different. Shut up, 4IS. Nobody cares. It's such a bad argument. No, but he's framing it. He's just like, but you care about people, don't you? You said you care about people. You don't not care about people, do you? Hey? You don't care about people. Tell you what, Martin Bryant had a pretty good hit rate, both accuracy and precision-wise, for someone with the mental issues he had, allegedly. Yeah, he was pretty fucking accurate, that's for sure. It's really scary, actually, thinking about how accurate he was. What a psycho. Martin Bryant was someone who carried out a mass shooting in Australia's history. Where was it? Was it Tasmania? Can't remember where it happened, but it was pretty bad. And like he even burnt down part of the complex that he was at as well. Like it was crazy. Massive standoff with the cops. Like, yeah, crazy shit. Port Arthur. We did it. We went down the right-wing pipeline. This has been interesting. Again, we're not even like, look, it's still, we're on 54 here, and I think Jerry Poppins has given us 80. We got like another Far Right Friday to go, I'd say, with this stuff. Still a lot to digest here. Still a lot to digest. But like, yeah, look, this just highlights again, I think, a lot of the issues that I really do have with the culture wars. I'm happy to be doing this type of analysis, though, I must admit. I think we should spend time looking at things outside of our echo chambers. Like, we get accused, or like people come onto this stream and say things like, echo chamber, like kind of thing. And like, I used to start back in the day when we first started streaming, and like randoms would come in and be like, echo chamber. I'm like, you know what? We do just watch things that obviously are aligning with our political persuasion. And so, you know, spending Far Right Fridays and watching the argumentation that comes out of people that may consider maybe out of your algorithmic echo chamber, it's not a bad idea. And like, it does help you not only understand, I guess, other positions, but it helps you understand how other working people are digesting the shit ton of information that is out there. It's definitely the information age, because there's a lot of it. Now the question is there any quality out there? That's another question. But there is a lot of information, so we should, it is beholden to us to make sure that we are at least acquainted with the information that people get access to that influences the hearts and minds of working people. And like, there's a lot of culture war stuff, and like, you know, and people give misleading descriptions of what left and right is, about what bias is, all to divide and continue to divide. It's very, very unfortunate. What I've gathered from the right-wing pipeline by 4IS, it's all about culture war and guys pointing at a skit or a reaction. Yeah, like, not them saying anything of substance. Policy is for nerds. Yeah, I guess. It is fucking boring. But like, politics kind of is boring, right? But good culture wars, eh? Don't call me a fascist. That hurts my feelings. Yeah, that we can all get down with that, eh? Calling people fascists, not because they're fascists, but just because it pisses them off. Eh? That's funny. I was butthurt by that one. You're a bad person, and when you go against my rights, proceeds to say how she's eliminating an entire country's Second Amendment right. These people are insane. He was so freaking smart. She's worried about her rights, but doesn't care about yours. It's just a different culture, right? It's just a different culture. Being in the US of A. Like, this gun issue is a massive and important part of the culture wars. It's huge. Do you care about your rights or not? Far Right Fridays is just mystery brain rot coverage, quickly becoming another brain rot streamer. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. If the working class is definitely involved in some brain rot activities, then we must step well into the forces of the brain rot to understand where our comrades are. I enjoyed part 2, but I fear part 3 will be more of the same. So please allow me to create a finale for next week. Allow me to go balls deep for you, mystery and fellow viewers. Like, do your best, man. We've had some requests. Someone wants some chowder in there. Eh? Not Crowder. We want some chowder. Eh? So yeah, give us what you got. And like, this doesn't have to die with a finale next week. Like, we can continue this stuff going. I am genuinely intrigued in what some people refer to as brain rot. But like, I'm generally intrigued by this stuff. It's good to understand how we develop the psyche, right? All right, we're going to have a quick break. And then we're going to be back with some afters. We're going to, chill. We can have some chats, or you can just watch me playing some Rome Total War. It's up to you. We're going to have a philosophical discussion. Steven Crowder cooking a steamed chowder. Chowder. It's chowder. Yeah, we'll be back. So thank you everyone who has been around and watching. If you've been lurking, thank you to you. And if you've been able to interact, I do appreciate that. Dr. Nathan, Wings of Cheese, Lab Jeff was in the house really early on. 4IS, Jag, Remag, come back for a stream when you can. Jungle Potatoes, Jerry Poppins. Oh, Jerry Poppins, thank you for curating yet another Far Right Fridays. Everybody, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Jerry Poppins. It's been good. It's been really good. Like, it's been very, very interesting. Don't get me wrong, it's been fucking entertaining as well. But I would like to emphasize the interesting part. I am really interested in all of this type of stuff. I want to know the working class psyche, back, front, all around, up and down. You know how it is. I'm sorry if I have missed you. I believe, did we have in there earlier? Avalava was in, pretty sure, earlier. Not sure if you're still lurking. Check this. Ciao, Dad. Say it right. Oh yes, not Charmaine anymore. It's Grand Tifa was in the house too. So yeah, thank you everybody. Your clap gay mystery. Oh my god, you're using, there it is. You're using the special emojis. Okay. That was my civilized clap. All right. I'm trying to be civil. I'm trying to be bougie, bro. So yeah, thank you everybody for interacting. If you're going to stick around for the afters, I will see you shortly, and we'll be right back. All right. We're back. Let's see who's hanging out for Friday afters today. You got some love coming in on the line there. Love your work, Poppins. Eh? Grand Tifa's still lurking. What does that say? Jag's got some different emojis in there. Hail chat. Hail chat. American brain roar. Just need some Aussie right-wing clips to balance it out? Well, I'd like to see your suggestions, actually. Dilemmas. I would like to see some Aussie right-wing stuff, actually. That'd be interesting. It's all like Thomas Sewell and the boys hanging out. All right, let's see if I can fix this. Actually, you know, that works. We keep it like that. Alright, let's do this. Let's build this fucking empire, shall we? Even the bravest cannot fight beyond his strength. Ah, Homer. So insightful. That's why man is replaced by machines. Thank you, capitalism. All right, let's see where we're at. Do we have anything interesting in the, or changed in ask or answer? Let's go have a look here. How would the court work under socialism? I think we've done that one before. We've done the age limit as well. Hot takes. Let's see if there's any older ones from back in the day. Ethan B. That's old school. Avalava. Check this one out from June. Many TV shows and movies are simply fables of the rich capitalist enterprises as they push through hurdles that prevent the attempt to increase the rate of profit. That's a crazy take. Being a province of empires sucks. Not a hot take or bold statement, just feeling it. From Indoctrinathan. Oh, Jag, with the criteria for winning a Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, did we actually find out from yesterday? They've fully accepted the deal, right, Hamas? Because I heard another report again that, you know, like 50 people died yesterday in Gaza, even though despite they said that the plan was working. Please, only folk whose sentences don't have a high rising terminal. Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen with the peace deal. Eh? That's what I'm worried about now. Will they actually stop the killing in Gaza? Or not? Anyone have any hot takes on that? Do you reckon the bloodshed in Gaza is going to end as a result of this peace deal? I would like to know people's opinions on that. Because I think everyone's been pretty skeptical of Trump's ability. Well, like the chance of a peace deal. Israel is considering it at the moment. Yeah, that's what I heard as well. I've heard that, what are they called? I guess they just the more conservative part of the Israeli government have said that they are considering things. At one point, they were just going to walk away from the coalition, which means that it'll topple the government. But they've said they're not going to walk away from the coalition, but like they want to figure out the terms of it or something. Man, I really hope that like if they can get some reprieve and some aid in or something like that. I heard someone saying there was this Australian doctor, and this was like months ago, but they were talking about all the people that are starving in Gaza, right? And when you get to a certain point in starvation, you actually can't have food. Food can kill you if you just start like gorging or just eating stuff like normally after being in such a state of starvation for a long period where your body's not really processing food properly. Just ingesting food all of a sudden will actually kill you. So like it could be the case that if people start getting aid effectively to people in Gaza all of a sudden because they open up the humanitarian aid, then like that could be a death sentence for a lot of people. And so they actually need doctors out there that are helping administer the humanitarian aid properly, or they'll just end up with a situation like I've described where they just kill people with the humanitarian aid they're providing. Pretty bleak stuff. Like even just getting aid to people is not good enough anymore. You're just going to kill them by getting aid to them. Crazy shit. Ceasefires lure people out to get sniped. I get that feeling. But like they're getting bombed. That's the thing. Like they're not even outside really a lot of the time. They're just like in buildings or in encampments, and like they're sleeping or whatever, and then a bomb falls on their head. Like it's mental, right? Like they can't even sleep. So like I know what you mean, like, you know, they're just gonna get picked off on the fringes. But right now that it's just bombs falling from the sky and just wiping people out and burying them under rubble. I hope it stops the bombs then. I'll say it like that. I hope the bombs stop falling. As time will tell. If they'll actually stop dropping bombs or not. And that, what is it? The Gazan Humanitarian Foundation, or is it Palestinian Foundation or whatever, that's set up by the Americans and the Israelis? Like, what a joke that is. I hope they can turn that around and get some real international aid in. That'd be nice. Time will tell. Time will tell. Alright, so what am I working on here? Why don't I have all the soldiers there? Ah, there they are. That's why. Alright, let's do a battle. Friday afternoon battles on the plains. Who's hanging out today, by the way? Who have we got here? All right, let's have a look. Oh, that's a bad army, man. Whatever. Let's fight.
The afterlife will have many new souls by nightfall. Make sure that you...
Oh my god, this is the one. I wonder if anyone saw this. Trump had a, I don't know what you call it, like a Antifa round table, I guess you would say. So let's have a listen to this while we're playing. Eh? This is some pretty scary shit, but like they're going after Trans-Tifa hard, and so he basically got all of his top people together: Department of Justice, Department of Homeland Security, and some right-wing journalists. That's really loose description, but he basically described his plan for, I guess, taking out Antifa or Trans-Tifa. Looks like a rectangular table to me. All right. I see what you did there. Let's have a listen in the background.
I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people, and other people on the potential.
Yeah, he can't help himself. All right, let's listen to this in the background while I'm fighting. You consider Nick Shirley a journalist? Did you hear him speaking? I saw a cut of him speaking, and he was like quivering and speaking about like how he's been to he's been to backwards countries with real crime, and like he felt much safer there than he did in Portland. Yeah.
Phrase, and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close, and they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually, and we'll see. But there's a very good chance negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries.
President.
As you know, we have all of the Muslim countries are included. All of the Arab countries are included. Very rich countries and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas. And it seems to be going well. So
I love his language.
we'll
So
let you know.
final, always.
If
so
that's
final.
the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening, but that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country.
Left-wing terrorists.
Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular.
I do
who's
react
a
feeds.
top person
Yes.
and a great person, a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal.
I do react videos. If you're making a suggestion, let me know. So a big black lady called Crackhead Barney chases me with her titties out. It was so scary, sir. She told me wanted to look, but I told her it didn't. But I really did want to. Yeah, his testimony was fucking awful, wasn't it? Oh my God. It was, yeah. He made it sound like really terrifying. We watched his video.
Property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, a radical left terrorist in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility, killing 2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the very same month that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon.
I want to know where he gets the
You should
paid
see
stuff
what we have
from.
on these people. These are bad people.
I've been asking
These are
the
people
question
that want
now
to
for a
destroy our
while.
country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs.
Where does he get the evidence that they're being paid from? Discrimination is a moral good and a moral law. What is this? 45 views. Bronson, 69. Have you been on this stream before? Where's this? Where did you get it from? And what's it about? Is it about the right-wing pipeline? In this video, Jonathan Bowden is speaking. He's a British political thinker, writer, artist, and orator, known for his powerful speeches involvement in far-right politics.
Conservatives don't believe life can be perfect because man isn't. And
they say they're not organized and spying on us, sir. But how did they know I wanted big black titties, sir? How do they even know that? You haven't been on this stream before, okay? Unemployment? Question mark. Let's have a quick listen to this.
therefore utopianism is an impossibility. Leftists say, oh, you reject all forms of progress. And the two sort of square up to each other in political terms. Don't forget I'm talking about the philosophies, not the sordid little compromises of parties that in the Western world are virtually indistinguishable from each other. Now, Marxism believed, almost with post-religious ardour, as it shot religious people, that everything could be changed, everything could be reworked, that man himself could be reworked. One of their most fanatical postulates is hostility to all biological notions of man, and all notions of prior postulates, that man himself could be reworked. One of their most fanatical postulates is hostility to all biological notions of man, and all notions of prior inequality. The idea that in the end, even human rights jargon will always disappoint, because there are always beautiful.
Where did this come from? No way, Groper, dude. Oh wait, I think it was Groper Bro last time we were speaking to. Hey, are you the same Groper that we were talking to like a few weeks ago? Let us know if you're back. We're down the right-wing pipeline today. Sorry, where did this Marxist stuff come from? Can I just ask? Like this person is saying that Marx's ideology, I'm assuming, Bronson, maybe you can explain it. Marx's ideology was to rework man. Yeah, I'm back on a new account. I get banned weekly. Oh fuck! What do you do on Twitch to get banned? What is it? What does HH mean? Please explain. You have to see Bowden's videos, bro. I don't know. Like so far, there's some interesting claims that are being made here. But I'm not sure if they are wholly correct. Maybe based on assumptions or deliberately misleading. I can't tell so far. So I was wondering if you know what he means by this Marxist claim here. Banned for username. Twitch says groypers are hateful, but I disagree. Oh, interesting. So you get censored? Is that what you're saying? Because you've got the word groyper? Gets banned weekly. Yep, that's definitely a groyper. Like, yeah, do you actually get like banned just because of the name?
Beautiful people and ugly people. There's always unintelligent people, as many of them. And there's always very intelligent people and always a range with it between. There's always people of great physical power and people who are weaklings. A very left-wing socialist friend of mine from years ago said the trouble with you, he's speaking to me, is you're against human fairness. You're against being fair. And I said, go to a maternity ward. Go to a maternity ward, and one's born without an arm or without an eye. Others are born hale and hearty. Some are intelligent and will never have a moment's disease in their lives. Others are crippled from the very beginning, and he talked to me about fairness. And he said, maybe it's not like it should be, but we must strive to make it so. And I say, well, why don't you just accept the plenitude of that which is created? He said, no, that's too passive. We must work on it to change it, to make it better. Now, most people in their hearts in this society believe that making things more equal makes them better. I don't. I believe making them more unequal makes them better, which means you're monstrous in contemporary terms. But I believe, because the greater the space between people, the greater the prospect of transcendence. And the greater the prospect of overleaping the present means you can actually not evolve physically, but mentally and spiritually into something else.
But like he just said at the start that he was against this idea that you could radically change your current circumstances. And now he's talking about like if we're unequal, then we have more of a chance to actually jump into some new age and some new level of mentality and spirituality. But he was just disparaging Marx on this idea, which I don't know if is true, but like Marx needs to be kind of discounted because he was trying to create a new man. He's specifically talking about pushing the envelope of being unequal to create a higher level, like a new level of human, so we can step and evolve, not only mentally and spiritually, but evolve as humans. Can't have it both ways, man. What is this afters? Well, you know, it is what it is. Afters is a very organic experience. Welcome. Can someone tell me what HH means? I want to know. I want to be down with the talk. Gets banned weekly, either for username or for hate speech. Hate speech, i.e. spreading the true about Jews and minorities. He's a Nietzschean pagan. Whoa. Okay. We had a discussion about your position on Jews last time, I think. Groyper dude, not Groyper bro. Yeah, Twitch username suck. Couldn't even make mine. Twitch sucks, Bezzy. Fuck you. Oh, HH is Heil Hitler. Ah, right. Wait, do you literally come into group chats and say that? HH? You literally, or like, is that like a G up kind of thing? You're just trying to, I don't know, get yourself banned or something again. Jungle potatoes. Nah, I don't think that's what HH means. Do you actually? Are you? Yeah. Is that a G up, or you actually? No, it's just to troll. Okay. I can't place it with you. I really can't place it with where you're at. Honestly. Very interesting. Very interesting. Deuce is greater than HA. I don't know what deuce is either. You'll have to explain that one. Yeah, this one, like, no offense, Bronson 69, but like, there's some problematic argumentation going on at the moment with John and Bowden's stuff. He was disparaging Marx a second ago, and now he's talking about, you know, the evolution of man through promoting the idea of being unequal. Now, there's a conflation here. There's like inequality or equality in an economic sense, which is, to be honest, as American as apple pie, because they did take certain things to be true and self-evident, which was like all men are equal and equal under the eyes of their creator, etc., etc. And I think what they were talking about is they should have the same political treatment and treatment under the eyes of the law. Everyone is equal under the eyes of the law. So there are varying levels of equality. And I think what you're talking about is individuality, potentially, or what Jonathan is talking about here is individuality. Like, you don't want everyone to be equal, because then everyone's just going to be the same person, and then that stifles individuality. So like, you're going to have to help me understand this better, Bronson. Unless this is a troll. He advocates inequality is in everything, wants an aristocracy and an elite. Okay, so he's talking about political and economic inequality as well. Right, well, that's pretty far from kind of, I guess, what you would say is general decorum. Even in the way, you don't have to be conservative or progressive, left or right on that one. Like, I thought that generally Americans, at least, were against the idea of having an aristocracy. Groper, do you really think Africans are as evolved as Europeans? Where did that come from? You are just trolling, like, honestly. Where's your evidence to suggest that Africans are as evolved or less evolved than Europeans? What about Asians? And what were the things that we were discriminating against the other day? What about West Asians or Middle Easterners or Persians? Like, what about them? Are Asians less evolved than Africans? Or people from the Pacific nations less evolved than Africans and Europeans? Is there like a gradation for you? There's like Europeans and Africans and Asians, Polynesians, South Americans. Do you mean South Africans? Wait, is Groper bro back? Yeah, he is, bro. Let's just watch some Russell Brand. Sounds similar. It's just ambiguous word salad. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's clutchy at strawy kind of stuff here. Not gonna lie.
If there's nothing above you, there's nothing to aspire to. There's just endless stuff beneath you. But I'm an elitist. No contemporary, even right-wing conservative politician will admit that their party actually stands for inequality. Even in capitalism, which has endless inequalities of output, doesn't it? That's why you have two big classes. Of course you believe in inequality, that the Majors and the Camerons and the Haights of this world, the Duncan Smiths of this other world, they talk about liberty. And they talk about freedom. And they talk about choice to schools, choice of race, choice of gender, choice where where you go to buy stuff, and so on. Choice. But if you choose one option, you deny another. If you radically choose one thing, you just privilege another therein. All life, even at the moment of small decisions, teems with the bias towards inequality. discrimination. I believe in discrimination. Discrimination is a moral good and a moral law. It's an aristocratic spirituality. Of course you discriminate. You discriminate over who...
Would you consider yourself then, like if you subscribe to this, Bronson, are you a neo-reactionary by any chance? Yeah, Groper Bro is back, and he was going to explain his views on evolution, I think. We're waiting for the response. Are African elephants less evolved than Asian elephants? Well, it's a valid question, right? Like scientifically, we gotta ask the hard questions. Is he? I don't see messages here. No, they're probably not getting through from where you are, but like he's censored Groper's questions. Yeah, check at the top right-hand corner of the screen up in the Twitch chat. His questions are up there. They're not on YouTube. I don't think they'd get through YouTube censor. Yeah, Bronson, I want to know, are you a neo-reactionary? Because, like, do you believe in the aristocracy and bringing back the aristocracy? Because I think even conservative right-wing, like, Americans and stuff like that, like, I don't know if they want to bring back an aristocracy. I think they believe, ostensibly anyway, in the ideas of a free society, not one bound by, like, class based on nobility and birthright.
Who's your enemy and who's your friend? You don't treat people all as the same, except in some universal nimidom, which only exists in the minds of people who'd like human nature to be different from what it is. People become more right-wing as they get older, on the whole. Even within leftist systems, people actually do get more metaphysically conservative as they get older. Why is that? Because death approaches, reality approaches. They can't live with these deluded, nonsensical views about human life, which is based on inequality and glory and difference. That man is nicer than he is when human nature is dualist. Human beings are kind and nasty. They're avaricious, but they have a capacity for self-sacrifice. They're endlessly cowardly and lying, but they also have a penchant for courage and glory. That's what we are. The great religions actually always known what we are.
So, like, he's basically advocating for dialectics, I guess. He's just saying that we are dialectically full of contradictions. We're greedy, but we are social. Interesting. Yes, I think it will be far better than democracy. And can I ask why? Or what is it exactly about aristocracy that you find, or that you think will be better than democracy? So yeah, I guess you are a neo-reactionary then, potentially, unless you don't know what that theory is, and you just stumbled across Jonathan Bowden all by yourself. I think Groper Dude's gone. I wanted to know his evolutionary theory. Groper Dude. You're just trolling us. Come on, man.
They shift utopianism and the desire we could be different from what we are to another world.
Aesthetics? Tell us more. Tell us what you mean by that. I would like to know more. Actually, I'm going to go back to Trump talking. Where was that? I want to hear what he has to say about the evil Antifa.
To assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of beautiful beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff.
I
very
love how he
expensive
talks about the paper.
with
So
beautiful wood
good.
handles, all the same.
They got good
all
paper,
the
so they're
same
being
color. They
paid.
come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these courageous
Paid
journalists have
anarchy.
personally been victims of Antifa attacks.
Antifa's coming to get you. Trans Tifa's coming to get you. Nah, Twitch bans quickly if you seem to promote Nazism. Roll up, spin the which rebranded parasite shall we willfully revive this round? Savage. It's why a lot of leftists consider it a safer space. Ah, really? So Twitch is a left-wing cesspool, a safe space. So that's what Rumble's for then. Rumble's the safe space for the right, I guess. All right. We'll see if Bronson can explain the position a little bit better.
Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in Andy is a very serious person, too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe, because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made
Flag-burning mob.
1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. I've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it from not from the freedom of speech.
This is why he
which
wants
I
to
always felt
ban
strongly
flag
about, but
burning?
never passed the courts. This is
Because
what
he's worried
they
about it
do, is they
inciting
incite-
violence.
when you
He's worried about
burn an
violence.
American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it.
Thank God he's worried
many,
about
many
violence.
examples of it, and it's actually down on tape, and you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note.
Trump wrote him a note. So good. Thank God.
Yeah.
And your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible.
Wish Trump wrote
So
me a
we'll
note.
talk about it a little
Bastard.
bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful
He's
Catholics,
dealing with his
Christians,
struggle.
and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart. And the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness. But she did it from the heart, and she did it an incredible. Everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about it, what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried, and he was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he
Some of the
looks
stuff
at
that he
people
gets
like
away
Pam,
with
and he starts
saying is
criticizing her. She's a
crazy.
patriot. And they ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American public, What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem, who's really out there courageously, and I appreciate it, Kristi, amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information, Kash. It's great. Keep it coming because there's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find. Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people. And they're going to be talking
Bronson's
journalists, almost all. And they're going to be talking, and we'll take some
Did we
questions
learn from the
press at
St.
the
John's
end. Okay,
Hospital
Pam, please.
firebombing during
Thank you, President
BLM?
Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing
Oh, Bronson's
terrorist
still here.
organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years.
Fucking Biden.
So did
Hey?
Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called
Boy,
Nick.
how's that
I couldn't
hot
believe
take?
what-
That's the best hot take ever. Kash Patel, DEI, change my mind. So good. That's hilarious. All right, Bronson, what you got? Aristocracy has always elevated aesthetics and art. Today, we are cut off from the life of nature and ignore genetics. More and more children are born and their numbers increase. But these people are of little value. Fuck, that's heavy. At the same time, aesthetics, class, and culture are dying, while minimalism is on the rise. Things are heading in the wrong direction. An aristocracy or even a dictatorship would be preferable to this decline. That's interesting. You want to share your propaganda on our Discord? 4AS. Look at you. I'll put it in the chat. Look, I feel like a broken record sometimes. Like, honestly, my response to everyone is like, yeah, well, look at this. It's the economy. It's capitalism. But like, what you're describing here is the degradation of culture, art, and it turned into some type of minimalist slop that is devoid of life and passion. Now, I could easily make an argument that it is the capitalist society that we live in that mass produces things. It breaks down the barriers of nuance, this culture, this art, this integrity that you speak of. It breaks all of these things down and turns them into something that can be produced like a commodity. So in a mass scale, so it can be sold to people, which means like things actually become devoid of their value in the sense that you're describing. Now, I don't think the answer to that is to devolve into some type of political system where we have less freedoms and believe that somehow having less freedoms is going to allow us to win back our aesthetics, our class, and our culture. I think the opposite may happen, to be honest. For our system, I don't have DC. I get banned every time because of the N-word. I bet the fact his name is Kash played a 0% factor in Trump befriending him. Yeah, his name is Cash. That's so good. I never thought about that. Fair enough. What do you mean I can't retrace? Oh, for fuck's sake, seriously. You? There we go. When you say that you use the N-word, are you using it culturally appropriately, or are you using it offensively? I would like to know more. Cash Patel is DEI. Change my mind. That's fucking hilarious. I would like to know more. Yes, yes, you're using the emoji. I tried in Dr. Nathan to use the GIF one of Zoidberg. Be like, yo, 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 give up the rock. And I couldn't use a GIF. It wouldn't let me. I think I have to have like 50 subs and be an affiliate or something before I can do stuff like that. I think. All right, let's go back to Pam Bondi.
Happened. He did all this just...
Oh, wait, sorry. Things are so messed up that I have no hope in the people. Maybe only an individual coming with a strong will to power could make a difference. Yeah, fair enough. But like I like the circumstances you're describing, the devaluation, the debasing of culture, aesthetics, and things like that, I think they can be brought down to how shitty our market is. Like mass produced, everything is just like the barrier between what is sacred and not is completely destroyed. So things can become like more marketable. Like sexualization of people has been broken down because there's a big market for it. Culture and art gets broken down so it can be sold en masse. Like even tourism, spots where you could go that were unique and exclusive and like, you know, once in a lifetime opportunity kind of stuff. They're just broken down into like touristy markets. And so like there really is a lot of a degradation of culture, aesthetics, the things that you described. But I would say that those things aren't just because people are degrading generally. I would say that like the conditions have changed and allowed these things to be degraded in the first place. And it would seem they're being degraded for profit, right? Someone's profiting off them being degraded, being turned into nothing but marketable goods. Things are shit because of neoliberals who stand for nothing. Not that collectivism doesn't work. Well, if anyone is here and not following Mr. E on Twitch, go and do it so we can get more and better emotes. Yeah, that's right. Go and press the follow button so we can get 50 followers and then we can have more of a range. The comments suggest I've missed some fun. Yeah, potentially. I think we all need to make another 6 million and then Kali Yuga will come. What does that mean? Can someone interpret for me? Or maybe Bronson, you can explain what you mean by that. Change is inevitable, that is true. But if you don't advocate for the type of change that you want, then you're going to get what? Then you're not going to get what's good for society. Also, Trump can paint. He's the best painter. Beautiful strokes. Probably the best strokes. So good. You've never seen strokes just like this.
Trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their
Fucking
hatred
Democrats,
for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand to keep our federal officers safe, to keep our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore.
Thank God for
these
Noem.
thugs.
Hey?
We saw what's happening in
The
Portland
pearl clutching
and Chicago,
from Bondi.
and you saw what happened in Dallas.
They're coming after us.
No longer.
Trans
This
Tifa.
is not activism. It's anarchy. We can't and we will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement,
Dude,
and intimidate our communities.
They're masks. There are masked terrorists on both sides. If you think Antifa are masked terrorists, like what about the masked agents that are actually terrorizing communities out there? Come on, like, just try to see it on both sides, right? An explanation
Under your
would
leadership,
ruin that
President Trump, we're
sentence.
deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement.
The fuck does that mean? You're gonna have to, if you're gonna come in here and give us your banter, like explain what you're saying. We were trying to understand. An explanation would ruin that sentence. Well, you know what? Ruin it then. Ruin it, please. We would like to know what you're talking about. Why are there no pictures of Auschwitz survivors with tattoos over 6 digits? Pretty lucky, if you ask me. Dilemmas. Oh, is that what it is, dilemmas? Right. This is Holocaust stuff. What the hell is Kali Luga then? Oh my god. Wow. We get some interesting people in the afters. I'm not gonna... Isn't ICE wearing masks? Yeah, that's what I said. Thank you. Like, look, if you think Antifa is scary because they wear masks, then fine. Hey, look at these people covering their faces while they're doing things out in the public realm. It's Holocaust denial. Okay. Then you have to say the same about the ICE people then. They are terrorizing and they're covering their faces while they're doing it. This is the culture wars. See, when it's inconsistent, it doesn't really make sense. Just depends how you interpret it.
Down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing.
Yeah, thank you,
Last
Stephen.
week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going non-stop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers.
Did you
We're not
hear
going to
about
stop at
that?
just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets.
So there are these apps where you can, like, I don't know, you can buy from the App Store or something like that. And they tell you when, like, where ICE agents are doing raids and stuff like that. And so they've taken them off. They've taken them off the App Store at the behest of the president or the administration. And, like, everyone's talking about, protecting free speech. Like, if people want to start, create technology that allows them to know where federal agents are coming in to a place, why can't they spread that conversation, that news? Huh? What's wrong with that? You're not supposed to know what the secret police is up to.
Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels. We're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam.
That was a hard-hitting speech, man.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city,
You guys are listening
and
to
how
this?
they have built out their funding mechanisms. And sir, I also
Yeah, I lost my Antifa card in the mail.
Treasury Secretary
Sounds like Pam
for his
Bondi
work
is
in
always
getting to the
talking
bottom
to an
of these
8-year-old.
funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this
No, it's
violence
not
on
good
our
enough.
American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor.
I'll see if I can put
They're in
this so you can
town,
see it as
and
well.
they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and
What's a
that we are
founder
hoping
of
that as we
Antifa?
go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American.
It's amazing how similar the talking points are to the war on terror. Yeah, but like you could justify a war on terror because you don't even know who they're really talking about. Like, this is scary. Like, they are naming and shaming anyone that wears black and goes outside and covers their face and responds to anything that the administration is doing. It's crazy. This is some mental shit. I think it's because she reads like an 8-year-old. Well, you'd hope that someone that's the head of the Department of Justice can read a bit better than that, right? Or it 100% works on Trump since he has mummy issues. So they're rounding up people in Antifa scare campaigns. That doesn't remind me of an ism in the 1930s or the 40s. Eh? Mummy's going to get those mean Antifa, those terrorists. Just like you said they are, honey. My baby. Imagine how Muslims felt in 2003 then. Yeah. Yeah, it's an interesting point.
American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter. It will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
God
Thank
bless you.
Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole-of-government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole-of-government approach.
This is crazy talk, man. This is some crazy
Department of
talk.
Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies.
it's Brian's line.
And that's what it's going to take
Follow
to
the
bring
money.
down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find
Have
every
you
single
seen
seed,
that right-wing
money,
Swedish
donor,
MP kneel
organization,
down to an
and
IDF
funding
soldier? No, I
mechanism
haven't.
that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this disease temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Whoa.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job.
Like the rhetoric is ramping up, or is it just me? Like the rhetoric is getting really fucking heavy now. Like this is crazy shit. Like they're just like, look, if you are ideologically opposed to us and we think you're a threat, we are just going to crush you. We are going to crush you. The rhetoric is so heavy. Like they're not even pretending. Like before it was kind of like, you know, if you're a threat, like, you know, you don't follow the law, we're going to come after you kind of thing. But like, what does that even mean? But like now they've got a target. They're just like Antifa. If you wear black, you cover your face and you oppose, you protest against the calls of the administration, that is unlawful and we are going to come and get you. This rhetoric is fucking intense, man. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this meeting. This meeting is intense.
Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. You want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here, said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So look, I'm glad
Why is he having these people
Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI
we hit 50
agents,
followers,
ATF
baby.
agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed.
Woohoo! Love how Trump's flunks are saying out loud their own crimes and intentions every time they deflect to nefarious crimes. This is something else, man. This is next level rhetoric, I must admit. Ninja knows. Am I the terrorist? Am I the terrorist? Look above. I'll do the reaction thing. Am I the terrorist? Look above. No, Antifa and the trans. They're the terrorists. Did you just make that? Or did you find that? Tell me you made that. We're getting our own fucking meme culture going. No, it's Antifa. It's trans Tifa. They're the real terrorists. Now, let me have a look here. Is it true that we hit 50 subs? Yeah, it's got 50 followers. All right. Ding, 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 ding. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. We finally did it. Yes, made it. Sorry, it was rushed. So good. I'm glad you're making stuff. Yeah, I've heard that Ron Paul is actually voting against stuff. And chastising old Trumpy boy. But those two haven't seen eye to eye for a long time. That's crazy, man. This rhetoric is fucking mental. Just to follow all this going down. Can we get a trans Antifa, a trans Tifa Discord channel? Yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. Yeah, then at least Christy Nome and Pam Bondi, they'd know who to go after then. I knew it. They're on Discord. Get them. Get them.
Until I went there and went to that ICE facility, and the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the
Don't
past
say the
7
pedophile
years.
word in front of Trump.
7
Makes him
years.
nervous.
And, apparently under the Biden regime, that was just allowed to happen. That was fine. No problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally.
Don't say the
5
pedophile
times.
word. It makes Trump nervous.
It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media. And, they're being forced to talk about it in reality because, we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. Much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right. I saw that.
took this flag.
I
from
want to know more.
That man that was burning it in the street.
I saw it. Do you know who he is?
Oh, yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah. I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have 2 of them from the same
you
guy.
also saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy.
Senator Massey as well,
And that's when
whose
it
wife
started,
died
when they
after
started
he
burning
called
the
out
flag. So
Israel,
thank
but it's
you.
not
If you could
connected.
give the
Or is
information,
it?
it would be
Dun,
great.
dun,
Absolutely.
dun.
And at least that horrible night made you famous. You got
He was
something.
already
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police very publicly as to how they let this happen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're going to hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing. They didn't seem quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing
What is she talking about?
influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you.
This is crazy
I was a mainstream
stuff.
reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the
Can someone
streets
tell me
doing my
why
job,
the
and I was still
fuck
assaulted by Antifa.
aren't people
So it's
talking
not
about this
being conservative.
more?
It's about people who go there and show
Like, I've seen
what
a
they're
couple
doing.
of clips.
And when I saw,
But, like, why
after
aren't
all
people
those
talking
years,
about this
that the
more?
media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now it's like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, you know, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to, I don't care what the media says, I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts.
Good call.
And hopefully in 3.5 years,
Otherwise, someone might send you a corn
they will be a
link.
shell of their former selves.
Unicorns are real.
And it's
They exist in my
Antifa
mind.
and many others,
Yes.
unfortunately. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going
Yeah, that's the scary thing, isn't it, 4AS? It's like we're all just going to agree that this is an organization that exists and we're going to dismantle it to give us give us overreach, give us unreasonable powers to go after this organization, and then we'll just use it to anyone that we label as this thing that potentially, you know, it's nebulous. It's not really a thing, but like, let's just define it like that. This is some crazy stuff, man. I don't know why I haven't seen my algorithm filled with this stuff. This is Red Scare all over again. Yeah, it kind of is. It kind of is, but like they kind of just locked those guys up and like brought down people that were considered communists and stuff. Like, this is a larger than that group. Like, there were still people that were ideologically, there were people that were on the, like, communists were a particular group and a set of organizations, typically. But like this Antifa stuff, because it doesn't actually really exist, it could literally just be anyone who the Trump administration deems as opposed to them. Like, anyone that is opposed to them. I know that like McCarthyism meant that they kind of just picked anyone at random who they thought that was a commie, and it was just like, you're a commie, you're going down kind of thing. And so like it worked out in the same way. But here, like at least communists, you kind of knew who was a communist, right? And like you could call people out for being communists, but like how do you call people out for being Antifa exactly? It's just literally anyone who's opposed to the Trump administration. It would seem, right? It's literally anyone who's just opposed. So like that's liberals, that's like commies, that's people that don't like voting, people that hate the whole system, like anyone that's opposed to this brand of politics. That's a lot of people. MacArthur era, but kind of inverted. Yeah, it's weird. It's just, it seems more nebulous, you know what I mean? Like, like before, at least you could really call out, like you could have people like that work with you or people in your community be like, he's definitely a communist. Like, oh yeah, this person believes in this shit and that shit. But like, what does Antifa believe in? Like, not allowing fascism to take a hold of a country. And so like, if you think that Trump's a fascist, then like anyone who's against Trump could be considered anti-fascist. It's kind of a weird admission too, right? Isn't it? Like I've got to bounce, unfortunately, but this is actually quite an interesting piece of content that we're watching right now. So, and it's from the White House. Thank God for the White House. But like, I have to leave it here. But like, we might have to watch more of this just to get some understanding of this rhetoric. It's really is mental. Then they added the Constitution to try and finish the commies for good. Wonder what they will add this time. They added God, to the Constitution, right? Yeah, so thanks everyone for joining us. We've had some interesting characters join us again. Groper Dude joined us for the second time. Maybe he got banned for what he said. We had Bronson as well entertaining us. I wish Trump was what they are saying. But yeah, everyone enjoy your weekends. I hope you get away from the service of capital and you're able to enjoy your time off because you have deserved it, I would say. And yeah, thanks for all your interactions today. And until next time, you know the score. I am, you are, we are a mystery. Enjoy your weekend. I'll see you next week. Thank you.